A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. Molly Goldberg has been talking, explaining, and pleading with Margaret Way, but to no purpose. Although Mrs. Way doesn't want her former husband to marry Oriane, he doesn't want to make any of the sacrifices for her hopes. The thing that's stopping her is the fact that she doesn't want to help Way, but hurt him, and Molly hasn't been able to undermine that feeling. Meanwhile, at the Goldbergs, Way is quite angry because Molly went over to see his former wife. While Jake is upstairs talking to him, Sammy and Rosie are in the living room.
Take the phone, Rosie.
I'm here.
See my book?
I'm answering the phone if you don't mind. Hello? Oh, hello, Rena. How are you? That's good. Huh? Oh, well, I don't think I can. No. Well, there's so much excitement home about Mr. Way and Oriane. Yeah, about their marriage. Yeah. Well, I'm waiting for my mother now. Well, she was supposed to lend me my form, and she forgot about it, and I forgot about it. Well, no, really. No. Well, if you're all dressed, I don't want to come over.
Rosie, where's my book?
No. I don't mind, really. Yeah. Oh, yes? Well, I'm moving to another town.
Next time you read my book, put it back where you found it.
Well, all right then, Verena. Yes. Well, I'm sorry, too, but have a good time. Oh, I'll bring you Christmas present over. What? Oh, but don't tell me. I want to be surprised. Yeah. Oh, yes, he is. Just a minute, Harry. Sammy, Helena wants to talk to you.
I'm not in.
Well, I said yes, Sammy.
Say no.
So how can I say no when I say yes? Do you realize that she's my best friend?
I'm upstairs.
Well, why can't you just come to the phone and say hello? You don't have to marry the girl. Hello? Hello? Well, I'm just calling, Sammy. Yes. Well, she's upstairs and... Well, is it all right if he calls you back? All right. I'll tell him. Yes. Bye. Just because you know that she likes you, Sammy.
Rosie, I'm reading, please.
Well, how can you read?
I learned how in school.
Oh, Sammy.
So why shouldn't I read? Why not?
What do you mean, why not?
That's what I said. Why not?
Don't pretend, Sammy.
Pretending. And why should I pretend?
You don't care one way or the other, do you?
About what?
So what am I talking about?
Well, I don't know. What?
Nothing.
Get me an apple.
You get it yourself.
Oh, what a sweet disposition you have.
Sweeter than yours, I'll tell you that. There's only one reason I'm glad I had a brother. One reason and only one.
And that reason is?
I've learned from you what men are really like.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, what are they like? I'd love to hear.
Selfish, egotistic, and moronic.
Oh, my.
Yes. Mr. Waiteville knows he was right and not there. Oh, but and Papa went out without his coat.
Mr. Way didn't want Mama to go over to Mrs. Way.
But
Get me your mother on the phone. Get me your mother on the phone. Pa, sit down a minute. Don't get so excited. Take it easy. Give me one logical reason why your mother is so persistent. Why? One. One reasonable reason.
all right, Papa, darling, please.
It's not all right. It'll never be all right. It can't be all right, not until I put my foot down, once and for all.
Well,
you can't get so excited. Even if I have to liquidate myself and my business and move back to the city. They'll take an apartment on the 87th floor there no one can possibly knock on my door.
Please, I can't.
Oh, of course, a house by the side of the road, and I would have peace.
Well, let me live by the side of the road and be a sentiment. That's what Mama's trying to do.
There's limits of being a friend.
Well, I don't think so.
Rosie.
Get me, Mama.
I will, but I want to say what I have to say.
Quiet.
Yes, Mama, will you?
Mama's only trying to do what she thinks is right. And if Mr. Wayne doesn't think so, it's because he doesn't know what we know.
I said get me, Mama.
Will you get Mama and stop talking?
If Mr. Wayne knew that Orson didn't love him, he wouldn't even
Tell
love
me, if you don't take that phone and get me, Mama, before I leave my
going,
house,
Mama.
then do it.
I am.
Then do so.
I will.
The phone is over there, not here.
Oh, look out.
But you don't have to push me.
Well, who pushed you?
You did.
Since when is this a push?
Well, it is, and I don't like
Well, this is what I call a push.
Will you be quiet?
Well, tell him to be quiet. Tell him to stop. Please, you're thinking that's what they practice.
The hotel, please.
You think that you would have learned something from having lived under Mama's teachings, and you think that you knew right from wrong, and that you didn't have to pick a person all around just like a big
Please stop it. You said enough. You said plenty.
I didn't say enough. I didn't say enough.
Oh, stop crying.
Not even what I want to say. You know what I told you about men? What I told you wrong, man.
What about men?
Hello, Mrs. Way, please.
I don't want to talk to Mrs. Way. I want to talk to Mama.
I know that, Pa. Hello? Hello, Ma. Yeah, well, Papa wants to talk to you, Ma. No, Ma.
Give me the phone.
Just a minute, Pa. Yes, Mom.
Give me the phone.
Well, Papa wants to talk to you, Ma. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
I have plenty things on the mind.
Yeah.
And I also wanted to put something up on the stove for me.
Yeah, Ma, but Papa wants to talk to you.
I have to talk to Rosie first, and then I'll talk to Papa.
I said, hand me the phone.
Just a minute, Pa.
By just a minute.
Rosie, Mama wants to talk to you.
Hello,
Ma.
Hello,
Will you tell your mother I want to
Rosie,
talk
Mama
to
wants
her?
to talk to you.
Give me. Hello, Molly.
James?
Yes.
Yes, dear, let me talk to Rosie first.
But I wish to talk to you, and then you can talk to Rosie.
Yes, dear, I'll be glad to talk to you, but tell Rosie to...
I have something to tell you.
Mama wants to talk to you.
Quiet.
Hello, Jay. What's the matter with the connection? Hello, Jay. Just tell Rosie I forgot to take in some clothes from the line.
That can wait.
But it looks like snow.
Let it snow.
But it's still Jay.
Tell me about it later.
Rosie.
Then come home and take off the line yourself. Don't get me. Come home before Mr. Ray gets there. That's all I want to say. Goodbye.
But if Jake thought this would bring Molly home, he doesn't know his wife as well as he should. Because Molly will stay and stay and stay until she can get Mrs. Way to agree to her plans. Unless Way's coming spoils them completely.
The Great Nuts Flakes program with Rochester, Dennis Day, Bill Goodwin, Paul Whiteman and his orchestra, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And appearing for Jack Benny, who's confined with a cold, we have Jack's personal friends, George Burns and Gracie Allen. Well, ladies, now that shoes are being rationed, you won't want to waste any shoe leather tracking down your week's food order. So, though I don't say run, I do say walk to your nearest grocer's for a big 12-ounce economy-sized package of delicious, toasty brown grape nut flakes. Your grocer has plenty of grape nut flakes, for whole grain cereals are abundant and thrifty, and they are not rationed. And government nutrition experts say we should eat more of them. Eat them oftener. You see, grape nut flakes in your diet help you to make up for other food shortages because they provide many nutritional essentials, including protective minerals and vitamins. And you get more flavor galore. Malty rich goodness plus toasty brown texture in each luscious spoonful. So take a shortcut to thriftier, grand-tasting, nourishing breakfast by asking your grocer for Grape Nuts Flakes. Ladies and gentlemen, when Jack Benny found that he couldn't do his broadcast tonight, he told me to call on his good friends George Burns and Gracie Allen and ask them to pinch hit for him. So I started for the Burns Hotel to tell them about Jack's problem, never dreaming that another problem was already brewing in the domestic life of George and Gracie.
Gracie, will you please get away from that piano? We've been in New York a week now, and that's all I've heard.
But, George, March 16th is my concert with Paul Whiteman in Carnegie Hall. If I don't practice, I may lose all the magic in my finger.
Look, don't you realize that you're driving everybody nuts with this idea? In the past week, Paul Whiteman has lost 20 pounds.
Oh, I don't think he really lost them, dear. I think they just slipped down a little.
Gracie, why don't you give up the concert idea and try to take an interest in something else?
Oh, I've been busy, George. I spent a whole day showing Herman the sights of the city.
That's great. Sightseeing with a silly duck.
Well, he enjoyed every minute of it, especially at City Hall when I took him in to see Mayor LaGuardia.
Gracie, you shouldn't take a duck in to see LaGuardia.
Well, I simply had to, George. I knew he'd never get another chance to meet a mayor that he could stand beside and look right in the eye.
Well, I never thought of that.
Well, you have to excuse me now, George. I have to go work on the gown I'm designing to wear at my concert.
Now, Gracie,
Oh, it's a wonderful gown, dear. I decided it should be a musical creation. White satin with a very wide skirt.
What's musical about that?
Well, that's the beauty of it, dear. No one will realize how clever I am until I sit down and lean back.
And then what happens?
Well, I've got an accordion in the bustle.
Oh, no.
Well, I'll be back in a minute, dear.
I wonder how it feels to be married to a woman who makes sense. Oh, well, I'll never know. Come in.
Hello, George.
Well, I'll be Don Wilson. Come on in, Don. How's Jack?
Well, that's why I'm here, George. Jack has a bad cold.
Really? Well, I'm sorry to hear it.
He'd like me to ask you a favor, George.
For sure, anything at all.
Well, Jack won't be able to work tonight, so he wants you and Gracie to take over his show. Now, can you do it?
Well, sure, Don. We'll be happy to do anything for Jack.
Naturally, he knows that your time is valuable, and he doesn't expect you to do it for nothing.
Oh, now, Don.
He wants me to tell you that while he's lying in bed, he'll knit you a muffler.
Good old Jack.
Now, all you have to do is buy the knitting needles and 4 balls of yarn.
Isn't 4 balls of yarn a lot for a muffler?
Oh, Jack wants one, too.
Oh, well, that's nice. That's nice. See, I've always envied Jack getting all those laughs. And here's my chance to kill all the people just by saying, or, yipe. And then he always gets a scream when he says, I do not marry and shut up.
Yeah, that Benny does say the funniest
Isn't he a scream? Yes, he's a real wit, yes.
Oh, George, did you... Well, Paul Whiteman, I'm glad you dropped in.
No, Gracie, I'm Don Wilson, don't you remember?
Oh, of course, Don. How silly of me. I should have looked at your face first.
Gracie, Don has got some news for us.
Yes, Gracie, you see, Jack Benny is sick in bed, and he wants you...
Sick in bed? Oh, my goodness. I must send him a jar of my homemade crabapple jelly right away.
Well, now,
Oh,
Gracie...
he'll love it. He'll love it. I used only the very best apples and the very best crabs.
Well, I don't think
I
that...
sent some of it to my sister Bessie when she had her operation. Of course, I can't tell you about Bessie's operation.
Well, good.
It was done by an army surgeon, and naturally that makes it a military secret.
Gracie, Don wants us to do Jack Benny's program tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry, George, but I couldn't think of going on Jack's program.
You what?
Well, isn't that a comedy program?
Oh, yes.
And don't people laugh at it?
Well, sure.
Well, George, what would my public think? I'm a concert artist.
What's she talking about, George?
Well, Gracie thinks she's going to play the piano at Paul Whiteman's concert in Carnegie Hall.
Yes, would you like to hear the number I'm going to play, Don? Here it is.
And that's what you're going to play at Carnegie Hall?
Well, there's no sense in playing something I don't know.
Gracie, forget this foolishness. We've got to do Jack's program tonight.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, but I couldn't accept an offer to appear on the radio, except on a musical program, of course, such as Dear Artie has.
Oh, you mean Artie Shaw?
Oh, my goodness, no. Artie Toscanini.
Gracie, have you gone out of your mind? We can't let Jack Benny down.
Well, George, I have my career to think of. No great musician can afford to be laughed at. Did Mendelssohn do it? Did Mendel's daughter do it? Did Mendel himself do it?
No, that was a great act, too. The musical Mendels. They were next to closing at the Jefferson.
Gracie, now you mustn't think only of yourself. Think of George. He's very anxious to do Jack Benny's show.
Well, I don't know why. George doesn't know a soul in St. Joe.
Gracie, will you stop being so stubborn?
Well, George, I just can't risk my concert career. There's the world of music, and then there's the world of comedy. You can't mix the two. You know what I always say. East is east, and west is west, and north is north, and south is south, and east is east, and west. Well, I guess that covers it.
Yes. That even overlaps a little bit, yes.
This is Paul Whiteman, and here's one of America's most popular singers with one of America's most popular songs, Dennis Day, singing There Are Such Things.
Are that true? There are such things, a dream for two. There are such things. Someone to whisper, darling, you're my guiding star, not caring what you own, but just what you are, a peaceful sky. There are such things, a rainbow high, where heaven sings. So have a little faith and trust in what tomorrow brings. You'll reach a star because there are such things.
Gracie, you've just got to listen to reason. The Benny program goes on the air in an hour.
I'm sorry, George.
But, Gracie, in a little while, millions of people are going to tune into our program. And what are they going to hear? 30 minutes of silence.
Well, what's the difference if 1 week the program isn't quite as lively as usual?
Look, Gracie, don't you understand? One of our dearest friends is in a spot, and he needs someone to go on his program.
Oh, I wish we were in California. The Beverly Hills Uplift Society All-Girls Symphony Orchestra would be glad to do the program.
That silly club of yours. Nobody is interested in those hens.
George Burns, that's no way to talk about your wife and your wife's friends.
Well, didn't mean you, sweetheart.
Well, it's no way to talk about those other hens either.
Oh, all right.
I'm going inside and practice an etude. Who knows? If it goes well, tomorrow I might try a B-tube.
Well, this is fine.
You said it.
Yeah. Come in.
George, listen, I hear you're going to do the Jack Benny show tonight.
Well,
boy, I can't wait to read those commercials, George. Listen, that fat boy they've got announcing on that show is strictly from hunger.
Bill,
Listen, George, Benny only keeps them on because he can laugh.
Bill, say hello to Don Wilson.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilson. You've heard that fat boy on the Benny... Don Wilson? Oh, hello, Don.
So I'm known to you as Fat Boy, huh, Goodwin?
Oh, well, now, don't get sore, Don. I'm always making up nicknames for people. They never fit.
Well, I don't care about that, but what was that about my announcing?
Oh, nothing, Don, nothing at all. I think you're great. As a matter of fact, Don, I'd like to ask you a favor. You see, I thought maybe you could mention my product on the show tonight. You see, I sell...
I'm not interested in what you sell.
Well, but Don, it's purer than the...
I'm sorry, but there's no place that I can mention it.
No soap, huh?
No soap. I talk about Grape Nuts Flakes. And Grape Nuts Flakes happen to be America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal. Yes, sir, Grape Nuts Flakes are my idea of the most tempting, appetizing, toasty brown breakfast dish that was ever put before a hungry family.
Well, Don, after the family finishes eating that tempting, delicious, toasty brown cereal, they have to wash the dishes now, don't they?
Why, certainly.
Well, what do they use to wash the dishes?
Water, of course. Believe me, Bill, once you taste those...
Don, old man, please, what do they put in the water?
The dishes. Believe me, Bill, once you taste Grape Nuts Flakes with their malty, rich, sweet as a nut flavor, their crisply toasted goodness, you'll know why I'm so enthusiastic. And what's more important, Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, chock full of all-around nourishment. And, Bill, you better make a date for tomorrow's breakfast with Grape Nuts Flakes.
Well, all right, Don. Right after I've had my shower with...
Grape Nuts Flakes.
Okay, you win. So long, fat boy.
Well, Don, we're right back where we started.
George, now, why don't you go in and talk with your wife? Put your foot down.
You're darn right I will. I'll show her who's the boss.
That boy.
Gracie.
What do you want?
Well, sweetheart. You know that beautiful fur coat you saw in Bergdorf Goodman's?
You mean the one you said was too expensive for me?
Uh-huh. Well, I've got a little surprise for you. If you do the program tonight, that coat will be in your closet in the morning.
Well, if it isn't, we will rob.
Well, fine.
Please, Gracie, now...
Now, I'm sorry, boys. You'll have to excuse me now. I've got to dip some spaghetti in ink.
You got a what?
I've got to dip some spaghetti in ink.
That's what I thought you
It's
said.
to fool our little darling duck. You see, the hotel won't send up any worms.
So you got to dip spaghetti
Yes.
in ink? Come on, Don. Let's get out of here.
Oh, come on, Herman. Dinner's almost ready. Aha, here's Mama's little precious ducky. You know, Herman, your daddy George is mad at me. But, Herman, dear, we mustn't be too annoyed with him. He has a kind heart. Oh, now, that's not fair, baby. He just doesn't realize that it's more important to capture a beautiful melody that comes from a soul than it is to get a big laugh that comes from... Well, never mind. We'll show him when we get to Carnegie Hall. Carnegie Hall? Well, that's where your mama's going to play her concert. Oh, I can see it now, Herman. It's time for my entrance. There's a tremendous fanfare of trumpets. Oh, and then I play my piece. I become the sensation of New York. Reporters will flock around me. I'll be the guest of honor at dozens of banquets. Oh, I probably won't be home for days. Oh, Mama didn't mean to make you cry. She'll always find time to be with her darling little baby. And your Daddy George will be so proud of me. Come in.
I do, Miss Burns. I'm Rochester.
Rochester, I suppose you're looking for Mr. Wilson.
That's right, ma'am. I've been talking to Mr. Benny and he... My, poultry.
Oh, Rochester, that's my little son, Herman.
Son?
Well, yes. Don't you think he looks like his daddy?
Don't believe I ever met the bird.
Oh, of course you have. I'm married to him.
You mean Mr. Burns is that duck papa?
Uh-huh.
Oh, come now.
Well, I wish George was here, too. You'd notice the resemblance if you saw them both walking. Anyway, I think you two ought to be great friends. Herman, shake hands with Rochester.
How do, Mr. Herman?
I've held many a drumstick, but that's the first one that ever withdrew voluntarily.
Rochester, I know he's dying to have a conversation with you. Go on, say something to him.
Is this practical?
Oh, sure. Go on.
Okay. Mr. Herman, what are you going to be doing meatless Tuesday?
Oh, Rochester, he's busy on Tuesdays. He always goes to Central Park. Would you like to take him for a walk in the park sometime?
You mean you trust me alone with that fat little rascal?
Oh, certainly. He wouldn't hurt you.
The vice versa don't trouble you none.
Oh, no. Well, Rochester, maybe you're silly to wait for Mr. Wilson. I'm not going on Mr. Benny's program anyhow.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yes, the piano is my whole life now. Do you play the piano, Rochester?
No, ma'am, I ain't familiar with ivories when they come in large groups.
Oh. Well, goodbye, Rochester. I must get back to my art. From now on, I intend to woo the muses. Terpsichore, Calliope, Schenectady.
You hear that? It's got us. It's that old black magic. It's got us. Yes, sir.
Don. I think we ought to try it again.
No, George. I've got a headache.
So have I, but I wish I could get it to go on Jack's program. Come in.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Gee, Mr. Wilson, you're going to catch it. Mr. Benny just called, and he's all excited because he hasn't heard from you.
Now, Dennis, there's nothing to worry about.
But I don't want Mr. Benny to get high blood pressure with my blood.
Now, just pull yourself together and say hello to George Burns. He's taking Jack's place tonight.
Hello, Dennis. How are you?
Ha, 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 ha!
What's funny?
Gee, you're a scream, Mr. Burns.
What's this anyway?
Aren't you taking Mr. Benny's place tonight?
Well, what of it?
I was afraid if I didn't laugh, you'd twist my arm like Mr. Benny does.
Say, George, maybe Dennis can persuade Gracie to go on the show.
Dennis?
Sure. Believe it or not, the little dope seems to have a way with women.
Gee, have I?
All right, go in and talk to Gracie. We'll find out.
Yes, sir. Hello, Miss Allen.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Yes, ma'am. I'm supposed to ask you to be on Mr. Benny's program tonight.
Well, I won't do it.
I don't blame you, Miss Allen. Mr. Benny says some terrible things about your brother, Fred.
Oh, no. Certainly I'm my brother, Dennis. And please don't call me Miss Allen. I've been Mrs. Burns since one day years ago when a tall, handsome, charming man came along and pronounced George and me man and wife.
But, Mrs. Burns, if you have nothing against Mr. Benny personally, why won't you go on his program?
Well, I simply can't do it, Dennis. You see, I'm an intellectual, and Jack Benny is well, he...
Isn't he, though?
Well, I'm glad you see my point. You must understand that we intellectuals care only for the finer things in life. You know, Shakespeare and Beethoven and Walter Pidgeon.
Gee, I've always wanted to meet an intellectual, Mrs. Burns.
Well, how do?
How do? I'll bet you read lots of books, huh?
Oh, yes, Dennis. A day never goes by that I don't pick up a book to dust it if nothing else.
You know something? I'm crazy about books, too.
Oh, really? Do you like Little Women?
Oh, sure, but I like books even better.
Oh, well, so do I. And, Dennis, don't you just adore poetry?
Yeah.
Oh, I know most of Longfellow by heart. Can you ever forget the opening lines of Hiawatha?
Yeah.
Me too. You know what, Dennis? You're the first person I've ever met who's my intellectual equal.
I guess there aren't many of us.
Dennis, believe me, you are just being wasted on the Jack Benny program.
Yeah, wasted.
Imagine you singing.
Yeah, singing.
Why, you should be reading poetry.
Yeah, poetry. I'm crazy about poems.
Yeah, crazy.
I've always dreamed that someday I'd get up on Mr. Benny's program and recite If.
If he'd let you?
Oh, no, If by Kipling.
Oh, that's one of my favorites. How does it go?
I'll recite it for you. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster, if...
Stop. Don't go on. It's too beautiful.
Gee, I'm sorry. I should have warned you that I was pretty heavenly.
Oh, Dennis, we must just... come in. Why, Tootsie Staggle. Hello, Tootsie.
Oh, Gracie, I thought you were practicing, so I... Oh, does he belong to anybody?
Well, not yet, Tootsie. Dennis, I want you to meet my girlfriend, Tootsie Stagwell. Tootsie, Dennis Day.
Oh, my, what a gorgeous hunk of child. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Miss Stagwell. Say, haven't I seen you someplace before?
Oh, isn't you?
Tootsie is as cultured as we are, Dennis. And she has a lovely singing voice.
Oh, I haven't.
I'd like to hear her sing sometime, Miss Stagwell. I'll bet you've got a lovely vibrato.
Oh, what he said.
Tootsie, Dennis is on Jack Benny's program, but he's very unhappy. You see, he's cultured like us.
Oh, I knew you were a kindred soul, Dennis. You have such a sensitive face.
I'll say, every month it kills me when I have to shave it.
Say, I just had a marvelous idea.
What, Gracie?
I will go on Jack Benny's program with you and Dennis.
Huh?
Well, we'll change the name of that show from the Grape Nut Flake program to 30 Minutes of Refinement. I'll play the piano, Tootsie will sing, and Dennis will recite.
Oh, boy, now you're cooking with gas, if you'll pardon the expression.
I'll tell George. Oh, George!
Yeah?
George, I've changed my mind. I've decided to go on Jack Benny's program after all.
You mean it?
Yes.
Well, bless your heart. And now I'm going to get you that hat that goes with that fur coat.
You mean this one?
Yeah, that's the one. Come on, let's go to the studio.
Ready, everybody?
Yes, Don.
Yep, all set, Don.
Well, stand by. We'll be on the air in just a second. The Grape Nuts Flake program.
That's enough, Don. Step aside, please.
Huh? Gracious. Wait a minute, he hasn't...
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present 30 Minutes of Refinement. Ready, Dennis and Tootsie?
Yeah, okay.
All right, let's go.
If you can keep your head on, if you can put yourself on and if you can wake up it.
Honestly, Jack, I did the best I could. Good night, everybody.
If you can keep your head on.
will be right back, so I have just a moment to make this one request. Friends, for the sake of your loved ones in service, for the sake of your loved ones at home, give to the American Red Cross War Fund. The Red Cross works on every war front, giving skilled care, saving lives. The Red Cross stands by on the home front, ready to meet sudden danger. But the Red Cross must raise $125 million to carry on its good work. So do your part. Give and give generously to the American Red Cross War Fund. Now, here are George and Gracie.
Oh, good night, everybody. And Jack, hurry and get well.
And please send the muffler. Good night, folks.
Program next week when we'll be broadcasting from Hollywood with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The makers of Grape Nuts Flakes want to extend their sincerest thanks to George Burns and Gracie Allen for pinch hitting for Jack Benny on tonight's show. George and Gracie were presented every Tuesday night over another network by the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap.
Harrison and his orchestra. And, Phil, it certainly is nice having you with us. This is really like old times.
Well, that goes for me, too, Don. I'm sure glad to be back on the program. By the way, what do you hear from Jackson? Is he still laid up in Chicago?
Yes, Phil, and Mary writes me that he's getting along as well as can be expected. You know, that's a pretty severe cold he caught.
Well, it's his own fault for taking a bath without any clothes on. Is that a Lulu?
Oh, it sure is. Phil, you're right back in form.
Yeah, but if they ever ration corn, I'm a dead duck. Hey, Don, what time does Orson Welles get here?
Oh, pretty soon now, Phil.
You know, I'm anxious to get acquainted with that guy. I ain't never met him.
Well, now, Phil, don't say ain't never in front of Orson, or he'll take his cane and flatten the curls right out of your hair.
He don't worry me. When I put on the dog, you'd think I was graduated at Oxnard.
Phil, you mean Oxford.
All right, so I got my towns mixed up.
Just let it go, Phil. Well, here's Dennis Day.
Hiya, kid.
Hello, Mr. Harris.
Yeah.
Say, Mr. Wilson, what do you hear from Mr. Benny?
Oh, he's getting along much better, Dennis.
Darn it, and I mailed him a pint of blood this morning.
A pint of blood?
I bumped my nose on a door. There was no use wasting it.
Hey, kid, have I got news for you? Guess who's taking Jack's place on the program tonight?
Who?
Orson Welles. That's who. Orson Welles.
Gosh, I'm scared.
What are you scared of? Orson may be a little eccentric, but after all, he's a genius.
A genius? You mean he can figure out his income tax?
I wouldn't doubt it. He's probably all set for tomorrow. Oh, that must be Orson now. Come in.
Pardon me. Has Mr. Wells arrived yet?
No, not yet.
I am his secretary, Miss Harrington. If you don't mind, I'll wait for him.
No, come right in.
Thank you. Now, which one of these microphones will be used by Mr. Wells?
That one right there, miss.
Then I shall spray it. There now, that's better.
Well, I'll be darned. Ain't that class?
Young man, are you Phil Harris?
Yes, ma'am.
Then hold still. You'll be all right now. I'll take that call. It must be for Mr. Wells. Hello? Who's calling, please? Buenos Aires? I'm sorry Mr. Wells isn't in right now. I'll have him call you. Very well.
Wow, Buenos Aires. I didn't know Orson knew anybody in Australia.
Australia? Mr. Harris, Buenos Aires is in South America.
Would you like to make a little bet on that, sister?
One more word and I shall spray you again.
Now, calm down, Phil. And for heaven's sake, when Orson comes in, don't flaunt your ignorance.
What do you mean, ignorant? See this book I got here? It says Shakespeare on it, don't it?
So what?
Oh, when Orson comes in, I'll be reading Shakespeare. Like this.
Oh, for goodness sake, Phil, you're reading the book upside down.
That's the hard way. All I know is it's Shakespeare.
Well, that must be Orson now.
Mr. Wells never knocks. He kicks the door right down.
Oh, come in?
Studio B, I presume?
Yes?
I've come to clear the way for Mr. Wells. I'm Mr. Toodlequirtle, his secretary.
His secretary? Then who's Miss Harrington?
She's his private secretary. I am right out in the open.
Oh, well, come right in.
Thank you. Miss Harrington, has Mr. Wells' microphone been sprayed?
Yes. Also, Mr. Harris.
Good. Oh, the master approaches.
Good evening, Mrs. Orson Welles.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Harrington, has this microphone been sprayed?
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Well, Orson, I can't tell you how much we appreciate your coming over here tonight. It's awfully nice of you to step into Jack's shoes.
I'm glad to do it, Don. It's a pleasure to step into a pair of shoes nowadays without handing over a coupon.
Orson, that's a Lou.
A Lou. Miss Harrington, are you sure this man has been sprayed?
Right.
Oh, by the way, has a call come in for me from South America?
Yes, and I told them to call back.
I hope she does. She's a lovely dish. By the way, Mr. Wilson, who is that lad peeking at me from behind your left hip?
Oh, pardon me, Orson. This is Dennis Day, our tenor.
It's a pleasure, Dennis. Come over here and shake hands.
Go ahead and kill me. I got insurance.
Don't be silly, my boy. Don't be silly. All tenors shouldn't be killed.
Hey, Orson, get a load of this book I'm reading.
Well, I'll be darned. Shakespeare sideways. Why, Mr. Harris, I didn't know you were fond of Shakespeare.
Oh, yes.
Well, what's that you're reading now?
Well, it's a fascinating drama. It's called King Henry Ivy.
Ivy? That's King Henry IV. The IV is 4 in Roman numerals.
You mean to say them Romans counted with letters instead of numbers?
Precisely. You see, in them days, Phil, them was the thing to do.
Oh, I get it. A fad-like. Huh?
Yes, a fad-like. Now let's proceed with the program, shall we? What is your musical contribution this evening, Mr. Harris?
Well, the boys and me are going to play that great old number written by George M. Cohan, Yankee Doodle Dandy.
Excellent play, Phil. Take a letter, Miss Harrington.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Professor James Brimston, Harvard University. Dear Professor, I have recently come upon a specimen which should prove of great interest in your study of subnormal extroverts. At present, he is conducting the orchestra on a well-known radio program, but I am sure... Well, go ahead and play, Phil.
Okay, hit it, boys. Wow, I'm getting the build up at Harvard.
And, Miss Harrington, sign that your obedient servant, Orson Welles. That was Yankee Doodle Dandy, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And, Phil, I must say that's a splendid arrangement and brilliantly executed.
Awesome. You thrilled me.
I'm glad. However, if you don't mind a suggestion, a little more andante and pianissimo in the penultimate passage would have enhanced the orchestral overtone. Is that clear?
No, but them big words send me like a slug of bourbon.
Miss Harrington, remind me to add a P.S. to that letter. Come in.
Mr. Wells, pardon me for interrupting, but I've had the hiccups for 2 weeks. Would you please frighten me?
I'd be glad to. The biggest laugh on the show. Feeling any better?
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Interesting chap. Very interesting. I'm sorry he left so soon. Now, as I was about to say, Phil, you have a splendid musical organization, but it should be augmented. How many men have you got now?
Well, I've got 17, not counting my uncle. He's the guy with the cymbals.
Cymbals? I heard no cymbals.
You would if my uncle didn't always get his head caught between them.
He should stop banging his head. He's gradually working it into a pyramid. Now, Phil, an orchestra of 17 men is adequate, but it's not in the Wells tradition.
It ain't?
No. Next week, I want you to multiply that number tenfold.
Wow!
Take a note, Miss Harrington.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
I want timpanis. I want oboes. I want bassoons. And a gross of piccolos.
But Orson, who's going to pay for all this?
Jack Benny, of course.
Jack Benny?
Yes, he won't be glad to do it.
You can't be thinking of the Jack Benny we know.
There'll be no trouble. I spoke to Jack on the long-distance phone yesterday. He told me money was no object.
Let me ask you something, Orson. Who paid for that call?
Come to think of it, I did. Take a note, Miss Harrington. The piccolos are out.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's about time.
Pardon me,
what
Mr.
is
Wells.
it, Tootle Quirtle?
I've been working out the cost of enlarging the orchestra, and I have some figures for your approval.
Good. What's the Tootle Quirtle? What's the total Tootle Quirtle?
$5,000 additional expenditure per week.
Excellent. Dennis, I see you have your mouth open. Did you want to say something, or are you just breathing the easy way? Come. What is it?
Well, as long as you're throwing money around, how about giving me a raise?
Well, that depends, Dennis. What is Mr. Benny paying you now?
$12 a week, but when I do his laundry, $14.
You mean to tell me Mr. Benny makes you do his washing for him?
Some weeks it's only a pair of socks, but it ruins me socially.
Well, Dennis, you certainly deserve more than $14 a week. From now on, you're getting $15.
Oh, boy!
And you can do my laundry. Matter of fact, if you don't ruin my collars, Dennis, I may even...
Open up in there! Open up, I say!
That can't be John Charles Thomas.
No, it's Andy Devine. Come on in.
Andy Devine, what brings you into town?
Well, I butchered a steer out on my ranch, so I thought I'd bring a couple of T-bone steaks into my girlfriend, Rita Hayworth.
Rita Hayworth? Is she your girlfriend?
Well, she will be till the meat's gone.
That's certainly a new approach to glamour girls.
Say, Orson, what do you hear from old Buck Benny? How's his cold?
Well, he's still in bed, Andy, but he's coming along pretty well.
You know, Ma sent him a big bottle of her homemade cough medicine and wart remover.
Cough medicine and wart remover? That sounds like powerful stuff.
You said it. Pa took a swig of it this morning, and the next thing we knew, he was out in the barn milking the cow with his toes. There was milk all over the place.
I can imagine.
Well, I got to run over to Rita's house now.
Say, Andy, I just thought of something. Why don't you bring your T-bone steak and Rita Hayworth over to my house, and we'll all have dinner together. What do you say?
Well, I ain't no genius, Orson, but I can see through that. Go on, everybody.
Well, I tried. No harm in that. Let's proceed with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a song from Mr. Don Wilson.
Wait a minute, Mr. Wells. I'm the singer around here.
I know that, Dennis, but let's give the public something different tonight. Go ahead, Wilson.
But I can't sing, Orson. I don't know a thing about music.
Then I'll have to sing myself. Oh, no, it would look egotistical. You better sing this week, Dennis.
Okay.
Take a note, Miss Harrington. Don Wilson must take singing lessons. Next Sunday, Pagliacci. Go ahead, Dennis.
Danny boy, the piper calling from glen to glen and down the mountainside. The summer's gone and all the roses falling. It's you. Must go and I must bide. A sunny back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed and white with snow. If I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow, oh, Danny boy, I love you so. And when he comes and all the flowers are dying, if I am dead, as dead I well may be, he'll come and find a place where I am lying, and kneel and say a prayer there for me, and I shall hear the soft you tread above me, and all my grave will warmer, sweeter be. For you will bend and tell me that you love me, and I shall sleep in peace until you come.
Dennis, that was a beautiful salute to St. Patrick's Day. You know, it really takes an Irishman to sing an Irish song. You are Irish, aren't you, Dennis?
Just play me and see what happens.
I'm sure I'd never attempt it. Dennis, ladies and gentlemen...
pardon me for interrupting, Orson. But at this time, I generally say a few words about toasty, brown, sweet as a nut, chestnut flakes.
I'm glad you brought that up, John, because I have a few suggestions in mind that I'd like to speak to the sponsor about.
Speak to the sponsor? Speak to the sponsor?
Speak to the sponsor?
Of course, speak to the sponsor. Oh, Miss Harrington.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Get me New York on the telephone. I want to talk to Mr. Mortimer of General Foods.
Speak to the sponsor.
Young man, will you please pop your eyes back in? See, Don, I love grape nut flakes. In fact, I have them for breakfast nearly every morning, and it's my thought that a few changes...
A New York call, Mr. Wells. The operator says there will be a 3-hour delay.
Delay nothing. Give me that phone. Hello, operator. This is Orson Welles. I want that New York call, and I want it now. Hello? Hello, Mr. Mortimer. This is Orson Welles. Now, I have a few changes I'd like to have put into effect immediately. Jot these down, will you, old boy?
Josh, he told the sponsor to Josh.
Dennis, please. The first place, Mr. Mortimer. I love grape nut flakes, and I can see the reason they're America's fastest-growing flake cereal. Thank you. However, have you got your pencil ready, old boy? Well, get one, for heaven's sake.
Please, Mr. Wells, remember what happened to your last sponsor.
We never mentioned that. Now, first, Mr. Mortimer, in place of Mr. Benny's, I'd like my picture put on the box. I shall be dressed in tights with a spear in my hand. Tights and a spear.
Speak to the sponsor.
Next, instead of 12 ounces of tiny, individual grape nut flakes, I think each box should contain one huge 12-ounce flake. That's one flake.
But, Mr. Wells, that's impractical.
Type your resignation, Toodle-Quiddle.
Yes.
Quiet! Finally, Mr. Mortimer, from a standpoint of efficiency, I believe that each box of grape nut flakes should contain its own portion of sugar and cream right inside the package. What do you think of that idea? It does not. Think it over, Mr. Mortimer. Goodbye. Oh, I feel much better now. Taken my mind for its daily romp.
You know, I gotta hand it to you, Orson. I bet you got brains you ain't never even used yet.
Well...
I've got brains I haven't used either. That's the trouble.
You know, Orson, it's been an amazing experience working with you tonight. I'd just love to watch you make a picture sometime.
Why, Don, why don't you and the gang pay a little visit to Orson Welles Productions next week? I'm shooting now, so you can come right out to the set.
Hey, Orson, I want to ask you something.
Yes, Phil?
Is it true that you act, write, produce, and direct every picture you're in, or is that a lot of baloney?
Maybe a lot of baloney, but I do it. Anyway, fellas, why don't you come out to the studio next week for lunch, and I'll make a picture for you in the afternoon.
A whole picture?
Yes, not an epic, just a good, solid drama with a message. Now, Mary should be here early in the week, so when she arrives, I want you... I'll take it, excuse me. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Wells, this is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. Where are you?
I'm calling from Mr. Benny's apartment in Chicago.
Well, how is Mr. Benny?
He's feeling better today. As a matter of fact, he was playing cards all afternoon with Miss Van Jones, his nurse.
Miss Van Jones?
That's me in a white dress.
Oh,
I'm so tired of being coy, I could scream.
Well, Rochester, you've been close to Mr. Benny for a long time. You should be a pretty good nurse for him.
I don't know about that. For 2 days, I stuffed the wrong end of the thermometer in his mouth, and his temperature was 5 below zero. Mrs. Defiance Crawford got here just in time to defrost him.
Well, isn't Miss Livingston there to help you with the patient?
Miss Livingston? Oh, Mr. Benny won't let her in the room after what happened last night.
Why? What happened?
He pulled a mustard plaster off his chest too fast, and now that eagle he's got tattooed has to be re-feathered.
That's unfortunate. Rochester, thanks for calling, and tell Mr. Benny we all hope to see him up and around real soon.
Okay, I'll tell him. Goodbye, Mr. Wells.
Goodbye. Jack's a grand fellow. I think I'll let his picture remain on the Grape Nut Flakes box alongside of mine. He can carry the spear for me. Play, Phil.
for excellence.
And so, until next Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, this is your obedient servant, Orson Welles. And Jack, I know I'm speaking for the whole gang here and wishing you a speedy recovery. Isn't that right, folks?
That was Something for the Boys, played by the orchestra.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents transcribed the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Today, Phil and Elliot make plans for a very special event. They're quite excited about it, but they forget to reckon with Alice. More about that later, but first a word from RCA Victor. You and your family will enjoy evening after evening of fun and excitement when you own RCA Victor television. Because this season, you'll see the greatest lineup of stars and shows in television history. And you'll see clearer pictures of everything on TV thanks to RCA Victor's exclusive Magic Monitor. The Magic Monitor circuit system acts like an engineer inside your set. It screens out static automatically, steps up power automatically, and automatically ties the best sound to the clearest picture. The Magic Monitor is built into every RCA Victor set, into the new Brandon, for example. Here's big 21-inch console television, and every feature, every detail, from the full-length doors of its rich colonial-style cabinet to its world-famous golden throat tone system, reflects the quality that has made RCA Victor the world's most owned television. Yes, every year more people buy RCA Victor than any other television. So see the entire line of wonderful RCA Victor television at your dealers tomorrow. Prices start as low as $199.95. And when you buy your RCA Victor television set, remember to buy an RCA Victor factory service contract for expert installation and service. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Yesterday was the day of the big football game between USC and UCLA at the Los Angeles Coliseum. And Phil was one of the lucky ones who managed to get tickets for it. And now, let's go back to yesterday. Phil has just gotten the tickets, and he's called Elliot over to the house to tell him about it.
Hey, Elliot, have I got good news for you? I got 2 tickets to the USC-UCLA game.
Curly, that's sensational. How did you ever manage to get 2 tickets for that game? They're at a premium.
Oh, it wasn't difficult for an old grad. UCLA always sends tickets to us members of the aluminum.
You must have been an honor student. Do you have any degrees?
Ostensibly. I've got a lot of degrees, and so have many of my friends. Some of them are BAs, some of them are MAs.
And most of them are AAs.
Yes, I have a few of those, too.
Curly, we better leave for the game soon. There'll be a lot of traffic.
I tell you, we got time. First, I want to tell Alice we're going.
Don't tell her. You've only got 2 tickets, and she might want to go in my place.
Nah. She hates football. She don't know nothing about it, and she's not the least bit interested. In fact, she wanted me to take her shopping today.
Well, how are you going to get out of that? What excuse are you going to give?
I have to give no excuse. When I want to go someplace, I just tell my wife I'm going. That's all. I don't beat around no bush. You know.
Bill, will you be able to take me downtown soon?
No, you'll have to get somebody else to do it.
Well, why can't you take me?
Because I've got to go to the hospital and see my grandmother.
Your grandmother's sick. What hospital is she in?
The Coliseum Memorial.
That hospital. Where is it?
Right on the 50-yard line.
You two... Now, hold it, boys. I just got a message. Phil, where do you want to go this afternoon?
Well, honey, I want to go to the football game.
Football? Isn't that the horrible game where all those men get on the field and knock each other over and trample on one another and kick each other all over the place?
No, that's the Ritz Brothers television show.
I'm talking about football. I think it's a revolting exhibition, and I can't stand it.
Well, neither can I, but, well, I've got to go. I happen to have 2 tickets.
Good, I'll get my hat and go with you.
I knew it!
That blonde will do it every time. Alice, Curly was supposed to take me with that other ticket, and you have no right horning in. He'd rather take me. I'll ask him and prove it.
Never mind. I'll ask him. Phil, who would you rather take to the game? Elliot, your poor guitar player, or me, your rich wife?
That's a nice loaded question.
Don't let her bluff you, Curly. Answer it and tell her the truth.
Yes. Who would you rather go with?
Well, I'd rather go with you, dear.
I knew you would, sweetheart. So long, Alice. Too bad you lost. Oh, Curly, we'll have a wonderful...
Come back here. Phil meant he'd rather go with me, and that's who he's going with.
You're just a selfish old lady.
Look, honey, you wouldn't enjoy the game. There's going to be a big crowd, 100,000 people.
Oh, dear. All those people are going to see me? Well, I'd better go to Saks and buy a new gown.
You don't need no new gown. Wear something you've got.
Oh, but what have I got that's appropriate for a football game?
How about your strapless pigskin? The one that laces up the front.
All right, fellas, you needn't be sarcastic. You can't talk me out of going to the game. And, Phil, you'd better let me hold those tickets.
But, honey,
Thank you very much. I'll get dressed now. I won't be long.
I hate her.
Now, look, Elliot.
I hate you, too. I hate your children, and if I ever see your mother, I'll set fire to her teepee.
Look, you can hate me, but don't you dare touch a flap on Mama's teepee.
But, Curly, I had my heart set on going to the game. It's the biggest game of the year, and I can't go. Everybody's going, but I won't.
All right, Elliot, wait, but don't cry. Elliot, now, please. Well, don't cry. I'll tell you what, if you stop crying, I'll sing you a song. I'm going to sing it anyway. Now, dry your tears. Hi, diddle, diddle, and the cat and the fiddle and the cow jumped over the moon. Hi, diddle, diddle, and the cat and the fiddle and the cow jumped over the moon. Now, how in the devil can a cat and the fiddle and the cow jump over the moon? But just like a kid, we start to croon. But the goose's favorite tune, the cow and the fiddle with the cat in the middle, has his high diddle diddle and tune. There's a little kid, a curly-headed kid, sings a sweet refrain. Morning, night, and noon, the little shaver's tune runs right through my brain. Oh, gee, but it's the cutest thing when the little shavers sing. Ooh, hi, diddle, diddle, and the cat and the fiddle and the cow start singing a song. And how in the devil can a cat and a fiddle and a cow keep singing all wrong? Then the little bluebirds shout with glee, 'cause all they lack is harmony. The cow plays the fiddle and the cat tells a riddle, and they hi diddle diddle for me. Hi diddle diddle and the cat and the fiddle and the cow jumped over the moon. Hi diddle diddle, hi diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over, the cow jumped over the moon. Hi diddle diddle, hi diddle diddle, hi diddle diddle, hi diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over, the cow jumped over the moon. When your clouds are gray and the sun don't shine, just try and sing this little rhyme. Hi diddle diddle and the cat and the fiddle and the cow jumped over the moon. Hi diddle diddle and the cat and the fiddle and the cow jumped over the moon. You feeling better now, Elliot?
What? Oh, sure.
Then you're not mad at Alice anymore?
Of course not. I don't carry a grudge. As a matter of fact, to show there were no hard feelings while you were singing, I made us all a martini.
Oh, Elliot, you're a good loser. Hand me my drink.
Well, just a minute while I put the finishing touches to it. Here we are. An olive in yours, onion in mine, and a knockout drop in Alice.
Elliot.
Curly, I just got to go to that game.
Well, then maybe if you're nice to Alice, she might give you her ticket.
You mean flatter?
Certainly. Women go for flattery. Just tell her how beautiful her clothes are and what they do for her figure and rave about the color of her hair. She's a sucker for that.
Yeah. I guess if I get her softened up enough, she'll...
Well, Phil, I'm all ready to go. I had
Alice!
What's the matter with you?
Oh, Alice, you have such exquisite taste in clothes.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, yes. That dress you're wearing. Why, it even makes a figure like yours look good.
What?
And your hair. It's such a lovely color. Only an artist like you could mix a dye that shade.
Elliot, come here a minute.
Yes, sir?
What are you trying to do? I thought you were going to be nice to her so you can get the ticket.
I am. But I'm also being nasty to her in case I don't get it. I'm not one to throw compliments away for nothing.
Well, you're not being very nice to my little woman, and just for that, I'm glad that you're not going to the game. Come on, honey, or we don't want to miss that kickoff. Hand me my chrysanthemum, my pennant, and my freshman cap.
Curly, I ain't going to let you go without me. You're not getting out of this house.
Let go of my raccoon coat. You're stretching the tails. Come on, Alice, we're off to the game. Come on, Alice, we better hurry. We better get inside before the kickoff.
Oh, I can't walk any faster through this crowd. I've never seen so many people pushing and jostling and... Say, Phil, you'd better watch your wallet in a crowd like this. There's liable to be pickpockets.
Don't worry, I'm watching it. Nobody... Hey, Alice, you're right. Somebody's got his hand in my hip pocket. Oh, I'll just reach around fast and grab it. All right, bud, I got you. What are you doing in my pocket?
Just browsing. I thought maybe... Oh, Curly.
Elliot, how can you stoop so low as to pick a pocket?
I was just after my own ticket.
How'd you get to the stadium so fast?
You know that front tire you were complaining was so wobbly all the way down?
What about it?
That was me.
Stop it, will you? Now, how'd you get down here?
I hid in your trunk rack. You ain't going to shake me.
Look, Elliot, we only got 2 tickets, and Alice and me are going. I told you that.
How can you desert me like this?
I'm sorry, Elliot. Alice, you've got the tickets. Where are they?
Oh, yes, the tickets. I've got them right here in my, well, I put them right here in... Oh, no. I left them home.
You forgot the tickets? Oh, what a pity.
Now you know what it's like not to be able to go to the game.
We're still going. I'll buy tickets for the three of us. It's my treat. Alice, give me some money.
I told you I left my purse home.
Elliot, have you got any... No, he ain't going to do us no good.
All right, don't be sarcastic. I got 50 cents.
And I've got about $1 and change. Let me see. The tickets are $5 apiece, so we need $15, and all we've got is $1 and a half. No, it ain't going to work.
Why not? You're not very good at arithmetic.
What are you talking about? How can you make $15 out of $1.50?
You moved the decimal point over one place.
Yeah, that would give us 15. Better yet, if we moved the decimal point over 2 places, that'd give us 150. Get away.
Phil, I'm sorry about this, but as long as I forgot the tickets and we don't have any money, let's go home.
No. There must be some way we can get in. Maybe we could climb over one of them fences and then come back. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Elliot, do you notice the young kids they've got at the gates taking tickets?
So?
Well, we should be able to outsmart a teenager and bluff our way through.
Yeah, and I know how to do it. We'll put our union cards in our hats, rush through the gate, and yell, "Press!"
Yeah. Hey, that'll do it. Alice, you wait here, and once we get in, we'll arrange to get you in, too. Come on, Elliot.
Yeah.
Now, look, we'll just act as though we belong, and nobody ain't going to stop us. You
Right.
ready? Here we go. All right, son, let us through. I'm Scoop Harris of the Chronicle.
And I'm his photographer, Flash Lewis. Open the gate and...
Peter, you chiseling French! Why are you two trying to sneak in? You too cheap to buy tickets?
We had tickets, buddy, but we left them home. Hey, Julius, you're a pal of ours, ain't you?
You might say that. I wouldn't, but you might.
Look, son, we may have our little differences, but deep down, I know you really love Mr. Lewis and me, don't you?
Yes, and that's my problem. Loving the both of you the way I do, I find it hard to choose between you. And when I walk to the altar, I want to be sure that I have...
All right. We don't want to marry you. We just want to get in the stadium.
Can't let you in without tickets.
Julius, if you wanted to, you could let us sneak in, couldn't you?
Yeah, I could turn my back and close my eyes, and then you two could glide past me.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, and it should work, except for one thing.
What's that?
I ain't gonna do it.
Julius, why do you have to be such an ornery little slob? It's not going to hurt you to let us sneak by.
Fellas, I'd like to do it, but there's too many people watching now. I tell you what, why don't you come back a little later?
When?
As soon as it gets dark out. Say about 9 o'clock.
Julius, one of these days, pow!
Now, forget him, Jackie. Curly. We got to think of some other way to get into the game. Let's get back to Alice.
Oh, Elliot. That lad is beginning to annoy me. I got to take him hunting sometime. If I paint a target on his back and...
Well, fellas, how'd you make out?
We didn't.
Then let's go home.
Get your hot dogs here, hot dogs. Get them on the hot.
Honey,
hot
we
dogs
came here to
here.
see
Get
this
your hot
game,
dogs.
and we're going to see it. We're
But
not.
how? We need $15 for tickets, and all we have is $1.50.
There must be some way we can raise the money.
Any hot dogs, folks? Only a few left. Get them while they last.
No, thanks. We don't want... Wait a minute. How many hot dogs you got there, Bud?
5.
I'll take them all. Here's $1.50.
Thanks.
Curly, our problem is solved. These 5 hot dogs are going to get us into the game.
That makes sense.
How does it make sense?
With him, you don't ask questions.
Don't you see? This is an investment. We need $15. All we have to do is sell these hot dogs for $3 apiece.
Oh, that shouldn't be hard. A man's a fool not to be paying $3 for a hot dog. Elliot, nobody's going to pay $3 for a hot dog.
They will if they can't get them anyplace else. And the man just said these are the last ones. It's a simple case of the law of supply and demand.
Yeah, I guess if people want... Well, it's worth a try anyway.
Now all we have to do is find some way to collect the crowd.
The crowd? That's a cinch. Alice, sing.
Gee, it's great after being out late, walking my baby back home. Arm in arm over meadow and farm, walking my baby back home. We go along harmonizing a song, or I'm reciting a poem. Owls go by and they give me the eye, walking my baby back home.
We stop for a while, she gives me a smile and snuggles her head to my chest.
We start in the pet, that's when he gets my powder all over his vest. After I kind of straighten his tie, I have to borrow his comb.
One kiss, then I continue again, walking my baby back home. Gee, it's great after being out late, walking my baby back home. Arm in arm over meadow and farm, walking my baby back home.
We go along harmonizing a song, or I'm reciting a poem.
Owls go by and they give me the eye, walking my baby back home. She's afraid of the dark, so we have to park outside of her house for a rest.
We start in the pet, and that's when he gets my powder all over his vest.
Hand in hand to a barbecue stand, right from the doorway we roll. Eats and then it's a pleasure again, walking my baby back home.
Hey, Elliot. Alice drew a pretty good crowd. We shouldn't have any trouble selling the hot dogs now.
Here comes a likely-looking schnook.
Watch me go to work on him.
Ah, no, you don't. I'll handle this. Hey, mister.
Yes?
How about buying a hot dog?
Well, yes, I'd like one. How much?
$3.
Are you crazy? No hot dog's worth $3.
How do you know? You might find a pearl in it.
You only find pearls in oysters.
Did you ever find a pearl in an oyster?
Well, no.
Then try a hot dog. Maybe you're lucky.
I think you're crazy. Just keep your hot dog.
Now, wait a minute, mister. I'll show you boys how to sell a hot dog. Can I talk to you a minute? Tall, dark, and handsome.
Who? Me?
Yes, you. You fascinating little bundle of masculinity.
He's dead. No man can resist that routine of hers. How do you know? That's how she got me. Only in those days, she was selling hot bagels. I went for a bundle.
Now look here, mister. I can see you're a sport. And if I asked you for $15 for these hot dogs, you wouldn't be able to refuse me. Would you?
I don't know, but I'm going to try.
He's fighting her, Colonel. I did too, but it don't do no good. Wait till she throws him her sidearm curve with the Marilyn Monroe float.
Now look, sweetie pie. I know you'd love a hot dog with mustard, relish, and onion. Wouldn't you?
Not especially.
Oh, you're just an old meanie. I'm only trying to raise enough money to see the game.
Oh, then why didn't you say so? Of course I'll take a hot dog. Here's $5 so you can buy yourself a ticket.
Well, thank you. So long, boys. I'm going in and see the game.
Wait a minute. What are we going to do?
Sell the other hot dogs.
But Alice, you can't go in without us.
Let her go. As long as she turns that motor off before she gets in. She can sell hot dogs, so can we. Let's go. All right, ladies. Step right up and get your hot dog. With mustard, relish, and onion. How we doing, Curly? You sound a little bit like Gene Autry. Not so good, but let's keep trying. Hot dog. A hot dog. Hot dog.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. A listening test on your radio could save you money. So take a listen now. Do you hear any hum in the background? Is the sound tinny or muffled? Does the volume go up and down every now and then? These faults that rob you of the full enjoyment of your radio can also mean that one or more of the radio tubes have become weak or defective. A defective tube can damage other parts of your radio and result in costly service charges. So don't neglect faulty radio tubes. Your radio man will be glad to test the tubes for you and replace those that are no longer serviceable. When he does, ask him to install top-quality RCA tubes. He knows from experience that RCA tubes give top performance in any radio. Always buy RCA, and you buy the best.
Radio Free Europe fights communism with truth, keeps the spirit of freedom alive behind the Iron Curtain. Help Radio Free Europe by joining the Crusade for Freedom. Send your contribution today to Crusade for Freedom, care of your local postmaster. Thanks and good night.
Good night, everybody.
Folks, I'd like to be serious for a moment. Let's not forget our GIs at home and abroad this Christmas. They'll appreciate any remembrance from you, no matter what. You know, according to the reports I get,
one gift they'd really like is a portable radio. RCA Victor's new super personal radio will be perfect for them because it's tiny, lightweight, and long playing. Now, if you decide to send your GI an RCA Victor portable radio, remember this. If he's in a location where he can't buy batteries, send along a few extra RCA radio batteries, too.
Tonight, hear Theater Guild on the Air over NBC.
It's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. For deep down laughs and listening enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for deep down coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House with extra flavor in the blend because of choice Latin American coffee skillfully combined. Extra flavor in the cup because Radiant Roast develops the full flavor of every coffee bean. And the result is that today more people buy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. Well, last week, George was left $5,000 in the will of his late Uncle Marvin. But the will, which was written 30 years ago, specified that the money had to be used for George's college education. Gracie talked him into enrolling at Beverly Hills Tech. And so we now find America's oldest and unhappiest college boy getting ready to leave for his morning classes.
Oh, gosh, honey, I feel like a darn fool going to college at my age. I dread that first class.
What is your first class?
American history. And I'm terrible. When I should have been studying history, I was in vaudeville.
Oh, I'll bet you're very good in history.
You do, huh? Yesterday, the professor asked, what great American stayed longest in the capital? I answered Al Jolson.
Oh, darling, even I know better than that.
Certainly.
Was Eddie Cantor.
Not doing so well in math, either. The professor flunked me.
He what?
He flunked me.
Well, you should have flunked him right back.
Well, I'm going to give up college. I'm not learning anything.
Not learning anything? Why, you're getting much smarter than me. There you are studying things like civics. And I've never even seen a civic.
I'll bring one home sometime.
You should be proud to be going to college and learning things.
But, honey, my friends are laughing at me. Last night, the fellas called up and wanted me to go to a burlesque show with them. I had to say, I can't, guys. Haven't finished my homework.
All right. But when you do go to a burlesque show, you'll enjoy it more because you've studied anatomy.
That's an advantage?
Well, of course it is. To them, a leg is just a leg. But you can tell a tibia from a fibula.
Oh, sure. I can whistle and stamp my metatarsal. I tell you, honey, I'm too old to go to college. Yesterday, we were discussing the Battle of Gettysburg, and the professor called on me.
Well, what's wrong with that?
He wanted an eyewitness account.
Oh, he was only kidding. You look very young. Well, I'll bet you win that contest they're having to pick the most popular man at Beverly Hills Tech.
Oh, don't be silly. I don't stand a chance.
Come in.
Well, hi, Burnses.
Oh, Bill, I want to ask you something. Doesn't George look young?
Young? George?
Here we go. All right, Bill. Come on, slug me.
Oh, George. I think you're terrific. You've got everything. Huh? Well, you know, I think you're great, George. You're so... Then you have such... And then there's your... Well, not to mention that... Well, I could go on saying those wonderful things about you for hours.
Well, all right, say a few. Would you say that George is handsome?
Well, there's not a handsomer man in the state of California.
Oh, why, Bill, you're handsomer than I am.
Well, all right then, one. You got me on a technicality.
Small tech.
Well, would you say that George looks young?
Well, in his 20s.
Well, still, I believe you love George.
You bet I do, Gracie. Kind and clever, that's handsome young George. You know, about this time of year, handsome young George says to himself, what does deserving old Bill want for Christmas this year?
I got a TL for you, deserving old Bill. Handsome young George isn't getting any Christmas presents this year.
What?
Something tells me handsome young George has just heard his last kind word from deserving old Bill.
No Christmas present? Why, you miserable little miser. You antiquated little scarecrow.
Why, Bill, a minute ago you said that George was handsome in his 20s.
Well, he may have been handsome in his 20s, but who remembers 50 years ago?
Goodbye, humorist.
See you later, Scrooge.
You see, Gracie, let's stop kidding ourselves. College is not for me.
Well, George, your Uncle Marvin left you $5,000 to be used for your college education. Now, if you don't use it, what'll become of it?
I asked the lawyer that. He said it would go to a home for down-and-out actors.
Well, I'd much rather you got it now.
But, honey...
Think of the fine traditions of college. Think of the dignity and the stature it gives you just to be attending. And, come in.
Is Georgie ready to go to school?
Oh. Be with you in a minute, Bobby.
I got a lot of books for you to carry today, Georgie.
Okay.
George, you have to carry that boy's book?
Certainly. He's a senior. I'm only a freshman.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, Georgie, why didn't you tell me you had a swell-looking sister?
Yeah.
And me $100 for the senior prom. Well, this is just a hag for me to drag.
Look, Bobby,
Why, she'll be the queen of the prom.
Yeah, me among all those college girls?
Are you kidding? Well, you're a slick chick. There ain't another tomato like you on Vine. Well, all right.
Well, all right.
We'll cut a rug. We'll really squirm, Worm.
Well, beat me to the socks, Bobby.
Beat me to the socks, Bobby. This chick is dynamite.
Well,
all right.
Okay, let's go to school.
So, Meredith, we've just got to keep George in college. I know you'll help because you're an intellectual like me.
Well, I've noticed that too, Gracie.
Yeah, it's up to us to guide George's footsteps so that he'll be brilliant and witty like us.
Uh-huh.
And be able to discuss books and operas and things.
Yeah. Have you read any good books lately?
No.
Neither have I.
You've been to the opera recently?
No.
Me either.
Gee, what a shame that George can't discuss these things like we can.
Well, he will be able to if we can keep him from quitting college.
What does he want to quit for?
Well, he thinks he's too old. Now, if we could just get someone his own age to go to college with him now. Maybe someone on the radio.
They have some awfully old women on the Tom Brenneman program.
No, George isn't that old. And besides, we need a man, someone George can pal around with.
It'll be awfully hard to find them in radio because the stars of the big programs have already gone to college. Look at the Rudy Valley program and the Jack Benny program.
The star of the Jack Benny program is a college man?
Sure. Rochester went to college.
A wonderful idea.
I have?
Jack Benny is the perfect man to go to college with George. They're old friends, and they both need an education. I'll go right over and see him.
Well, you'll never talk Jack Benny into going to college.
Oh, I don't know. There's always flattery.
Well, that's true. Any man with blood in his veins is susceptible to flattery.
Well, I'll try it on Jack anyway. See you later,
Uh,
Meredith.
Yes? Well, Gracie.
Oh, excuse me, I had the wrong house, Van.
Van?
Oh, aren't you Van Johnson?
No, Gracie, it's me, Jack Benny. Gracie, how could you possibly get me mixed up with Van Johnson? We're miles apart.
You are?
Certainly. He's at Metro and I'm at Warner Brothers. You thought I was Van Johnson. Well, come in and sit down, Gracie. Here, I'll turn on the light. Mustn't strain eyes as good as yours.
Jack, I've come to ask you a favor.
Anything at all. Van Johnson, that's cute. What is it you want me to do, Gracie?
Well, I want you to make George into a college boy.
Gracie, you misunderstood me. I'm with Warner Brothers, not Mayo Brothers. There aren't that many vitamin pills.
Oh, no, Jack, nothing like that. You see, George is already going to college, and I want you to go with him.
Me? Go to college?
College is oodles of fun, Jack. Football games, basketball, track meets.
No, forget it, Grace.
Studying things like psychology, chemistry, languages.
No, I'm not interested.
Meeting grand fellows, making dates with pretty co-eds, reading good books.
What was that?
Reading good books.
No, the one before that.
Making dates with pretty co-eds?
Yes, that one seems rather interesting. I wonder if they'd mistake me for Van Johnson. They might if I got a crew haircut.
Oh, yes, you'd look wonderful in a crew haircut. And so distinguished. I'll bet you'd have the only gray one at school.
Well, I don't know about this college thing, Gracie. Of course, if I do, it'll just be to help you and George, you understand. Are the co-eds really pretty?
Oh, beautiful. And all Jack Benny fans.
I mean, after all, you and George are my friends, but there's just one thing. Oh, not that it's important. I mean, not that I care, one way or the other, but, doesn't it cost a lot of money?
Oh, no, it won't cost you a cent. George will pay your tuition and buy your books and everything.
Oh, Gracie, I couldn't let George do that.
You couldn't?
Well, if you put it that way, I guess I'm trapped. George would pay for everything, you say?
Oh, yes. You'll even get 50 cents a day for lunch.
50 cents?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can eat for 30, and that gives me 20 cents a day clear. Unless I eat with a co-ed. In that case, I save the whole 50 cents. All right, Gracie, it's a deal.
Good. Lunch for your first week will be $3. Here's a $5 bill.
Oh, wait, I got your change right here in my pocket. Here you are. 4 hats. Or if you'd rather have it in bills, I'll get out my billfold.
Oh, no, don't bother getting undressed. Now, get ready and I'll take you right over to the Beverly Hills Tech and enroll you.
Okay. Yeah, I wonder if those co-eds will mistake me for Van Johnson. Maybe I better have Rochester give me just a little henna rinse. Oh, Rochester!
Say, Meredith, when I heard you rehearse that new Western song you're playing, I couldn't help thinking how music just naturally conjures up definite pictures.
That's certainly true, Bill, and I bet we all have about the same picture impressions, too. Now, listen just a minute.
I shall.
Well, Bill, doesn't that tune bring to mind Purple Sage against Colored Canyons? And wagon trains rolling across the old Oregon Trail?
Oh, you bet it does, Meredith. The real melody picture with the instruments of the orchestra for colors. The deep tones of the woodwinds for mellowness. The flashing harp and the rhythm instruments for richness. The warm, vibrant color of the strings for vigor. And the depth of the brasses for full body. And your musical picture reminds me of something else, Meredith. About how as the wagon wheels rolled westward, our forefathers laid the foundation for certain American traditions. Among them our national custom of offering warming good cheer and friendship in a cup of coffee. Today in homes where fine coffee is appreciated, the choice is most often Maxwell House. Just as your melody picture is a superb blend of orchestral colors, full-flavored, rich Maxwell House is a fine blend of Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice Latin American coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. And then those fine coffees are so skillfully combined that the result is true harmony. Yes, true harmony in a cup of coffee. And that's why coffee lovers the world over agree that Maxwell House is good to the last drop.
Oh, George, I'm so proud of you. You really showed an interest in college these past few days, ever since Jack Benny started.
You know, I can't get over that tightwad starting to college. I'd like to know what poor sap is putting up the money. I'd laugh right in his face.
Oh, that'll be pretty hard for you to do.
Yeah. Huh?
I meant Jack wouldn't tell you. But I'm so happy about the progress you're making in your studies. You know, I just adored it last night when you spoke to the waiter in French.
Yeah.
Without batting an eye, you said to him, "Bring me an order of la ham and la egg."
Well, I've been studying my French pretty hard. I'm not going to let Jack Benny get ahead of me. By the way, I got a surprise for you.
Oh, what?
I entered the contest for the most popular man at Beverly Hills Tech.
Oh, wonderful. I know you're going...
Come in.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, good morning, Jack. George will be ready to leave for school in just a minute.
Good. By the way, George, I saw the results of the chemistry quiz. Passing was 75. You got 29.
Holy smoke, 29?
That's right. You know, if you'd like me to coach you a little after school, I'd be glad to. I mean, there's no reason why your grades can't be up with mine.
What did you get, Jack?
31.
Well, anyway, I'll bet George is better than you are in French.
Better in French? Why, I know a whole sentence. Ouvrez la fenêtre.
What does it mean?
Open the window.
Well, suppose George doesn't know that. Does it matter?
Does it matter? Put him in France on a hot day and he'll suffocate.
You won't feel so smart, Jack Benny, when my husband is chosen most popular man at Beverly Hills Tech.
Gracie, are you by any chance referring to that contest at school which I have already as good as won?
Oh, are you running too?
Running? I could skip and beat George. In just an hour, I have an appointment with Betty Calhoun, the co-ed president. She's a little southern girl, and I think I know how to sew up the co-ed boat.
Oh, Southern girl, huh?
Yeah. Come on, George. Let's go to school.
Yeah. Run along, George. And don't worry about the co-ed vote. Pardon me. Are you Betty Calhoun?
That's right. Was there something I could do for y'all?
Well, yes. I want you to get all the co-eds to vote for George Burns at the student rally tonight.
George Burns? That funny little old man?
Oh, please, Betty. I wish you wouldn't talk that way about my son.
Your son? How could you have a son his age?
Oh, I didn't when I had him. He was just a baby.
But he looks so old.
Oh, he isn't really. He just looks that way because he had such an unhappy childhood down south.
You don't mean to say that Mr. Burns is a show-enough Southerner, too?
Too? Well, don't tell me you're from the South.
Couldn't y'all tell?
How could I?
Well, tell me about George's childhood.
Oh, it was awful. We were so poor, little Georgie didn't even have pants to wear.
Not even jeans?
Oh, hers wouldn't fit him at all. Oh, it was terrible. We tried to make a living, but everything went wrong. When the cotton market was high, we planted cotton. Up came wool.
But you get wool from sheep.
Oh, well, up came sheep and ate the cotton.
Oh, my goodness.
And then we planted tobacco. Some auctioneers came to buy it, but before we could figure out what they were saying, the tobacco was dead. Miss Calhoun, now that you know George Burns was a poor, unhappy Southern boy, won't you get the co-eds to vote for him?
Well, I haven't talked to Mr. Benny yet.
Mr. Benny? You mean you'd even speak to that Yankee?
Are you sure he's a Yankee?
The worst kind, a northern Yankee. From Waukegan. His full name is Jack General Sherman Benny.
You mean he was named after General Sherman?
Yeah, and not very long after.
In that case, I'll downright snub him.
Well, get ready. Here he comes.
Well, shut my mouth. But it's lovely and charming Betty Calhoun. Why, ma'am, you all sure enough look as pretty as a magnolia blossom from my old sure enough plantation.
Oh, no.
And greetings to you all, Mrs. Burns, ma'am.
Hello, Amos.
Mr. Benny sounds like a Southerner, but Benny isn't a Southern name.
You all ain't heard my full name, ma'am. It's Lee Stonewall Magnolia Fort Worth Taters Benny.
Really?
LSMFT.
But aren't you from Waukegan?
I'm proud to say I am. Waukegan, Virginia. Garden spot of the South. Folks down there will be mighty unhappy if you all don't get me elected the most popular man at Beverly Hills Tech.
Oh, shame on you, Mrs. Burns, for calling this fine Southern gentleman a Yankee. Come along, Stonewall.
Who? Oh, sure enough. Goodbye, Mrs. Burns, you all.
Oh, that unscrupulous man. Cheating to win the election. Oh, thank goodness George had never stooped to deceit or trickery. Well, that leaves it to me, and I enjoy it so much. Hurry up and get dressed, dear. We'll be late for the student rally.
Oh, what's the use of going at all? Benny has got the co-ed vote sewed up. He'll swamp me.
He'll do nothing of the sort. Don't forget, every contestant will be called on to entertain tonight. And you're going to sing.
You think they'll like my singing?
Like it, oh, darling. Every time you sing, a chill runs up and down my spine.
Really?
Yeah, come on, sweetheart. Touch a spark of melody to the powder keg of your tonsils and blast me to paradise.
Okay. Ain't misbehaving.
Oh!
A chill did run up your spine.
Oh!
What was that?
Return trip.
Oh. But Benny's going to play his violin, and they might go for that.
Oh, don't be silly. What is violin playing anyhow? A horse's tail dragged across part of a cat. Believe me, when you sing, you sound better than any horse's tail or any part of a cat.
It's the sweetest thing you've ever said to me.
Besides, I wouldn't worry about Jack Benny. Bill Goodwin's going to introduce him, and I've had a little talk with Bill.
You wouldn't louse him up, would you?
College hasn't done a thing for you, has it?
All right, students. The contest for most popular man at Beverly Hills Tech continues. And now, it's a real honor for me to introduce this next contestant, a truly great artist.
That's me, folks.
He's a famous star of stage, screen, and radio.
I can't wait for television.
Not only a great wit, but a violin virtuoso.
That means I play well.
And here he is in person, John Bunny.
That's Benny, Jack Benny. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to play for you Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. I would like to, but I can't. Instead, I will play a famous old gypsy melody.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to say that Mr. Barney plays a...
Benny, that's Benny.
Oh, I forgot to say that he plays a Stradivarius.
Thank you.
Now, that's the finest violin made, you know. Go ahead, Mr. Boney.
Benny.
In fact, the Stradivarius is to violins what Maxwell House is to coffee.
Look, the students here would like if I played...
Of course they'd like it. More people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. Well, go ahead and play, Mr. Beanie.
Beanie.
Oh, and speaking of beans, only superior coffee beans are blended and rated. That's why Maxwell House is so appetizing, rich, full-bodied, and mellow. Coffee at its full, flavored best, good to the last drop. And now, back to Mr. Benny.
That's Beanie. No. Can I play now?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Bunny. Thank you very much. Students, you have just heard John Bunny and his magic violin.
Look, wait a minute.
You had your chance. You had your chance.
Look, but
Step aside, Mr. O'Flaherty.
That's one I didn't expect.
And now, our next contestant for most popular man at Beverly Hills Tech is the campus heartthrob, that handsome singer of songs, Sugar Throat Burns.
Say, George, I know I'm licked, and just to show you I'm a good sport, there's no hard feelings, I'll accompany your song.
Well, gee, that's swell of you, Jack. I'm going to sing Ain't Misbehavin'.
Ain't Misbehavin'. All right, here's your introduction.
Jack. Jay. That's the wrong tune. Look, I'll start singing, then you follow me.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't misbehaving, I'm happy on the shelf.
Look, Jack, follow me.
No one to talk to, saving all my love for. Oh, baby, love for you. Really saving love for you. Ain't misbehaving, I'm on the shelf by myself. Oh, no, I ain't misbehaving. It's love and blue. Daddy, 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 go away.
Well, George, I told told you Jack Benny wouldn't win.
You were right.
Oh, darling, I'm so proud to be going to the prom with the most popular man at Beverly Hills Tech.
It's an honor, all right.
We'll dance our feet off.
Yeah.
Well, come on, Bobby. They're waiting for us at the prom.
We'll all read.
Well, all right.
Well, send me solid.
Latch on, Gate. We're swinging tonight.
Ta-ta, kid.
Oh, goody, goody, Jello pudding tonight. It tastes like Grandma's, only more so.
You ain't kidding. That's right. And just as Jello's six delicious locked-in flavors can't be beaten. So the proof of Jello pudding's in the eating.
The Jello twins are hard to find, but keep on looking in your store. When sugar shortages are over, there'll be more.
Just a taste of Jello pudding or a Jello and you know it's the one and only Jello.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson, the orchestra, yours truly, Bill Goodwin. Good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 brand of coffee.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George.
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest tonight, Jack Benny. Yours truly, Toby Reed, Mel Blanc, Dale Gordon, Meredith Wilson and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Life is a funny thing. Upon some men it bestows fame, fortune, and success, yet cruelly withholds from them the thing they long for most of all. In the city of Beverly Hills, California, lived two such men, Jack Benny and George Burns. Each apparently successful, yet nursing in his heart a secret, unfulfilled ambition. What is Jack Benny's ambition? His dream? Listen.
Gee, when is the world going to recognize me for what I really am? A concert violinist.
Mr. Benny, please. The violin lesson is over. Now may I have my money?
Professor LeBlanc, tell me something honestly. What do you think of my playing? Now be frank.
You want the truth?
Yes.
First, give me the money for the lesson.
Look, I'm tired of being the comedian, the clown, the pagliacci.
Please, Mr. Benny, I must go. Get the money out.
Sure, it's brought me fame and riches, but when you're not happy, what good is gold? It's turned to lead in my pocket.
Mr. Benny, please, get the lead out.
If I could only be a concert.
And just a few blocks from this scene of frustration, we find the other man, George Burns. What is his secret ambition? Listen.
Boom, 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 down in the garden. Honey, oh, mine. I love you so. Love me like a flower, don't.
See, Gracie, if only the world would recognize my singing voice.
Well, it does, George. Everyone recognizes your singing voice.
Really?
Well, sure. It's after they recognize us that the trouble starts.
Yeah, for some reason, my voice just doesn't seem to sell.
Oh, lots of people think it does.
Think it sells?
Oh, sells! Oh, what fools they are. You have a beautiful voice.
You really think so?
Oh, yes. You sound like a nightingale flew down your throat and built a nest there.
I never get a chance.
Yeah, I know, dear. Just like Jack Benny with his violin.
Yeah. Look at that party we went to the other night with Jack. When I started to sing, what happened?
They tried to drown you out.
Yeah.
Only it's worse than it sounds. They tried to drown you out in the swimming pool.
Well, thank goodness Jack started to play about that time. His violin was really a lifesaver.
Oh, yes. When they threw that in the pool, it gave you both something to hang on to.
Why won't people take our music seriously?
Well, George, they won't accept Jack as a violinist because they think of him as a great comedian. And they won't accept you as a singer because they think of you as a great... whatever it is you are.
A pickle salesman.
It's so unfair, George.
Sell rhubarb on the side.
There were you and Jack.
Be careful, little horseradish.
No, George. There were you and Jack, loaded with musical talent, and all the crowd wanted to hear were those gypsy entertainers.
Well, those gypsies were good.
Not one bit better than you. I'll bet if you and Jack had been disguised as gypsies, the crowd would have... George! That's it.
Huh?
Why don't you and Jack disguise yourselves as gypsies and put on a concert?
Now, wait a
Oh, it's a great idea. If people don't know that you're George Burns and Jack Betty, they might like you.
Well, thanks.
Now, Jack could be a gypsy violinist, and you could be a gypsy troubadour.
When a gypsy makes his violin cry.
Oh, you gypsy. When you sing, you not only make the violin cry, you make the whole orchestra bawl.
Well, maybe you've got something with the gypsy idea.
Oh, sure. Let's go talk to Jack about it.
People go for gypsies because they're romantic vagabonds. They've been roaming the earth for hundreds of years. Do you think Jack and I can put it over?
Absolutely. If I ever saw two men who look like they've been roaming the earth for hundreds of years, it's you and Jack...
Come on, let's go over and talk to Jack.
Well, what do you think of the idea, Jack?
I can't do it, Gracie. When I achieve recognition as a violin player, I'll do it on one thing and one thing alone. Talent.
But Jack, it's a great idea.
I'm sorry, George. I will not deceive my public by disguising myself as a ridiculous gypsy.
Jack, you can make a barrel of money.
Money? Yeah. If we're gypsy?
Yeah.
I thought so. Anyway, it's not a cheat, you know. I do have some gypsy blood in my veins.
Oh, really, Jack?
Yeah, of course, I only have a drop or two.
Oh. How much of it is gypsy?
Well, the drop or two is gypsy. I have more. See, my father ran a gypsy tea room back in Waukegan. Sam Benny's Romany Rendezvous and Delicatessen. My mother used to go around to the tables and read the Rye Crit.
Yes, I remember.
Yes.
Say, Jack, you and George can be gypsy brothers.
Oh, do we have to be brothers?
Well, brother acts are so popular in the theater. There's the Marx brothers and the Ritz brothers and the Mayo brothers.
The Mayo brothers are in the theater?
Well, they must be. People always talk about going to the Mayo brothers for an opening.
Abe Lasvogel handles my knives.
Oh.
You know, I'm glad you had this idea, Gracie. It sounds exciting, romantic. The Mysterious Gypsy Brothers. biggest hall in town and give a concert.
It'll be great, Jack. What if we do have to risk a little money to put into it?
Money? Yes. We risk it? Yes.
I was afraid of that.
Oh, wait a minute. I've got an idea. We'll get someone else to put up the money, huh?
Someone else?
Yeah.
You mean we won't risk anything?
Yeah, not a cent.
Well, we're in again.
Now, I've brought you boys home to try on these gypsy costumes. Here, you spread this dark makeup on your faces while I finish curling your hair.
Gracie, is this necessary?
Of course, Jack. All gypsies have curly hair.
Well, okay.
There. Now, Jack, your hair is done. Put it back on.
Gee, it feels good. Still warm.
And now, George, I'll put a few waves in your hair, and then we'll put on the earrings.
Earrings?
Well, certainly all gypsies wear earrings. Now, hold still, Jack.
Hey, Gracie, these look like the gold earrings I gave Mary for Christmas.
They are. She insisted you wear them.
Oh, how sweet.
She wants to see how you look with green ears.
Look, these earrings happen to be solid gold. Some appreciation I get. She doesn't even keep them clean. They're all sticky.
Well, Mary says that was on there when you gave them to her. It's from the Cracker Jack.
I'll be careful to wash off her birthday present before I give it to her.
Now, George, you put these other earrings on, and this sash.
Okay.
And, Jack, here are some beads to go around your neck. And now we'll put this scarf around your head. There.
I feel like Carmen Miranda.
You look wonderful. Come in.
Hi, Gracie.
Hello, Bill.
I just dropped by to say hello, and who are the two old babes?
Oh, fine.
Well, they're gypsies, Bill.
Oh, gypsy fortune tellers?
Mm-hmm.
Well, read my palm, honey.
Look, I'm Jack Benny.
Quit kidding, you're a gypsy fortune teller. Now read my palm.
I tell you, I can't read your palm. I'm Jack Benny.
Come on, honey, read my palm and I'll give you 50 cents.
I see a tall, dark woman. She looks like Davy Marie. Hand over the money, handsome.
Look, Bill, this is really Jack Benny, and I'm George. We're going to give a gypsy concert.
Oh.
With that sad gypsy music. Let's show him, Jack.
Okay.
Are you holding anything back? No.
Oh, Chichognia. Oh, Chistrasnia.
I held that back 15 years.
Isn't that sad?
That is miserable.
You know, Gracie, I think it would look flashy if I had some gold rings on my fingers when I play. I've given Mary a couple of beautiful ones. See if you can borrow them.
Oh, that will look flashy. Green fingers to match your ears. I'll be right back.
Bill, Jack and I will be a sensation if we can just get some publicity.
Well, I know a newspaper reporter. I'll send him over for a story.
Oh, thanks, Bill, and we'll give you a pair of complimentary tickets to our concert, right in the front row.
Well, Jack, I'd rather sit in the balcony.
But, Bill, you can bring your girl. You see, if you sit in the front row, she can appreciate my technique.
Well, if we sit in the balcony, she can appreciate mine.
Just send the report.
Yeah, come on, Gypsies.
say, Meredith, you'll have everybody hopping and skipping and jumping with those gay polkas of yours.
Well, that's what you're supposed to do when you hear a polka, Toby.
I'm afraid I'm strictly the waltz and slow foxtrot type.
All right, then, sit this one out. But lend an ear and see if you can recognize this familiar polka. First, we'll have just a mellow harmony. Now we'll stir in the counter melody for richness.
Well, that sounds plenty lively, Meredith, but you know I'm still stumped.
Oh, don't give up yet, Toby. Listen again while we add a dash of vigorous polka rhythm. And now we'll combine the melody to round out this blend of familiar polka music at its best.
Certainly, it's the bouncy Pennsylvania polka. Yes, friends, and just as our favorite melodies are all created by carefully blending many orchestral parts, so too with the creation of America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House. The superb, good to the last drop flavor of Maxwell House could never be achieved with just one type of coffee. No, the famous Maxwell House blend combines many varieties of choice Highland-grown Latin American coffees, each chosen for the particular flavor it contributes. Friends, why not enjoy the superb flavor, the extra value of Maxwell House coffee yourself? You can for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee sold. Ask for Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
How do you do? I'm a reporter from the news. I'd like to get a story about those two gypsies who are going to give a concert.
Oh, wonderful. What would you like to know?
Well, I understand they're brothers.
Yes, both boys.
Nice arrangement. Gypsies are supposed to be mystics. Do these boys have second sight?
Yes, they both wear glasses.
Yes. Can you tell me something about their background?
Well, it was very romantic. To begin with, they're gypsy kings because they were born, when they were born, they each weighed 20 pounds.
You mean...
King size.
Now, what are their names?
Their names?
Yes.
What are some gypsy names?
Well, there's Misha and Sasha.
Oh, well, these are Georgia and Jacksha.
Are you sure these boys aren't just plain Americans?
Oh, no. They're straight from gypsy land. They're real gyps.
Hey, you're not kidding. So long, lady. Gee, it feels good to get out of these gypsy costumes. You know, George, if we can just... Come in.
Howdy, little man.
Oh, hello, Mr. Judson.
Jack, this is Mr. Judson from Texas.
How do you do?
Mr. Judson, this is Jack Benny. Jack Benny? Why, say, ain't you the world's greatest radio comedian, stage star, and movie actor?
Yes.
Well, it sure is an honor to shake your hand, Mr. Benny. You're a right famous celebrity.
Well, thank you.
What part of Texas you from? Dallas? Houston?
No, I'm from Waukegan. Waukegan.
Jack,
Mr. Judson is an oil millionaire. Mm-hmm. And he may want to put up some $5,000 to back our country.
Well, now, I'd be right glad to put up $5,000 if Mr. Benny was from Texas, but he says he's from Waukegan?
Yes, Waukegan, Texas.
No, I don't recollect ever hearing of that town.
Waukegan, Texas? Well, you see, they might make it the capital, you know.
You don't say.
Yes, and the next governor will probably be my father, Sam Houston Benny.
Now, is that a fact?
And after he served a term as governor of Texas, he may be elected president of the United States.
Oh, well, now, I'd sure hate to see him step down to a less important job.
Mr. Judson, I've got a tale for you. The people who run this world don't come from Texas.
Yeah, and look what a mess they got it in.
Well, Mr. Judson, do I get the $5,000?
Well, now, that depends. What are you going to do in the concert, Mr. Benny?
Play the violin. I have my instrument with me if you'd care to hear a bit of technique.
Oh, I'd admire to. Scrape away. Wait a minute. Kind of hold on a minute. That's enough. You get the money.
Good,
Yeah, on one condition. You got to promise not to tell nobody you're from Texas.
Now, when do I get the $5,000?
Oh, I'd give it to you now, but I ain't got no small bills on me.
This kid is loaded with oil wells, you know.
Well, boys, have you... Oh, hello, Mr. Judson.
Howdy, little lady.
But did you hear about the plans for the concert?
Yeah, and I'm going to put $5,000 into it.
My goodness, that much?
Oh, I can afford it, little lady. I made a pile of money from drilling.
Oh, you're a dentist, too.
Your sense of humor, man. I'll be seeing you.
Bill, we called you back because our concert is all set and we want you to be master of ceremony.
Yes, Bill. Where do you think we should give the concert? Hollywood Bowl?
Well, I would definitely give it in the open air.
Well, show us how you'd handle the MC job, will you, Bill?
All right, Jack. How's this? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hollywood Bowl. Tonight you have a real treat in store.
I like that.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yes, nice.
You are about to receive the thrill of a lifetime.
Good.
Now, in a moment, these curtains will part and the ushers will pass among you with Maxwell House coffee.
Bill.
Rich, delicious, mellow Maxwell House. So wonderfully
Bill.
satisfying.
Billy boy.
Good to the last drop.
Dimples. Look, that's all you're going to say?
Oh, no, then I'll say Maxwell House is the very best in coffee-drinking pleasure, yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee you can buy.
Look, Bill, if anything commercial is said at our concert, it'll be LS MFT.
Well, okay, Jack, I'll say it. LS MFT. Let's sample Maxwell's fine taste.
Wait a minute. Look, that's not what I meant, see?
It's more than 1,000.
No, that's not what I meant, Bill. Wait a minute.
More people
No,
buy and
see that?
enjoy
Wait a minute,
Maxwell
Bill.
House
Wait a minute.
than any other brand of coffee in the world.
Wait a minute! Never mind. I'll get Don Wilson to announce it.
Don Wilson. Okay. No one will come to your concert anyway.
Oh, no? We'll fill Hollywood Bowl.
Well, maybe you're right. Don Wilson practically fills it alone.
Goodbye, comedian.
So long, troubadour.
Well, George, let's line up the concert. Now, I think you should open the show.
No, Jack. You open the show.
No, George, I insist. You open the show. I want them to hear your voice first. See?
Well, thank you.
So you walk out on the stage all alone.
Okay.
And introduce me.
Huh?
And I'll play my first number, then I'll introduce you.
Then I sing.
No, you announce my second number.
Look, how about giving me a crack at the third number?
Thanks, George, but I'll announce my own third number.
Jack, I should be the star of the concert.
Well, Mr. Judson sent over the $5,000. Have you got the concert lined up?
No, Gracie, there seems to be a difference of opinion about who should be the star.
Oh, but you boys are dear friends. George, tell Jack what you think of his violin playing.
Well,
Jack, tell George what you think of his singing. How dare you think that kind of language in front of a lady?
I apologize.
Me too.
Oh, besides, you're mistaken about George. There's no greater singer in the world than Sugar Throat.
Sugar Throat?
Yes.
Gracie, a seal makes the same noise and balances a ball on its nose.
You're wrong, Jack. George makes any song completely convincing. When he sings Old Folks at Home, he makes you think of your family.
Far from the old folks at home.
Oh, brother.
Ah, you thought of your family?
Well, I'm going to be the star. After all, if it weren't for me,
You couldn't even give this concert.
Why not?
Mr. Judson put up $5,000 because he thinks I stink, not you. That's why not.
Come in. Mr. Benny, please. I followed you all the way over here. May I have the money for my lesson?
I'll pay you if you tell these people that I'm a great artist. Gracie, here's my French violin teacher who'll tell you what a great artist I am.
Bonjour.
That's a lie.
In my opinion, Mr. Benny is another zimbalist.
Well, then he should give up the violin and play the cymbal.
Gracie, surely the opinion of my French music teacher should settle the argument.
Oh, you think so, huh? Well, you wait right here. Now, have you got everything straight, Meredith?
Yes, Gracie. I am a famous Italian music teacher, and George is my star pupil.
Good. Now, let's go in there and show that Jack Benny up.
Good afternoon, Ola.
Huh?
I want to speak to Jack Ben.
That's probably me. I mean, who are you?
I'm the big Italian music teach, Meredith W. Caruso.
Oh, no.
And I come to tell you that he's a great.
Who's a great?
He's a great.
Who's a he's a?
He's a who's a.
George?
That's my life. George the Burnside. I'm the teach. He's the pupil.
He's a what?
What's the matter? You don't understand English? I'm the teach. He's the pupil.
Well, part of that I go along with.
Well, thanks for dropping in, Mr. Caruso. Goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute. I remember him. Say, during the war, weren't you the leader of the Armed Forces Radio Service Orchestra?
Yeah, that's right.
I thought so. You were Major Wilson.
Yeah. I went in 42 as a major and came out in 45 as a second lieutenant.
Well, that's a record to be proud of.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Ben, just...
down.
Well, it almost worked.
Look, George, let's stop trying to rook each other. If this silly concert is going to break up our friendship, let's forget it.
Maybe you're right, Jack. We'd probably make darn fools of ourselves as gypsies anyway.
Sure. Come on, I'll take you down to the corner and we'll get a cup of coffee.
No, Jack. I'll buy you the coffee.
That's what I meant. So long, Gracie.
Well, Gracie, I didn't get to sing in Hollywood Bowl, but I'm going to sing next week on Bing Crosby's Filco Show.
Well, now there's a man who really appreciates your voice. Bing would rather listen to you than to any other singer.
You would?
Well, yes, Bing says that if Perry Como, Dick Haynes, and Frank Sinatra sang like you, he'd be completely happy.
Good night, Paul.
Good things. Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colgate Dental Cream presents The Dennis Day Show, written by Frank Galen. with Paula Winslow, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day.
Twice a day and before every date, use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Here's Dennis to sing Managua, Nicaragua.
Managua, Nicaragua is a beautiful town. You buy a hacienda for a few paces down. You give it to the lady you are trying to win. But her papa doesn't let you come in. Managua, Nicaragua is a heavenly place. You ask a senorita for a little embrace. She answers you, caramba, caramba, somebody so. In Managua, Nicaragua, that's no. I have been to many tropic ports. I might include even Brooklyn. If you're ever feeling out of sorts, I'd like to recommend a look in Managua, Nicaragua. What a wonderful spot. There's coffee and bananas and a temperature hot. So take a trip and on a ship go sailing away across the agua to Managua, Nicaragua. Ole, ole, samba, rumba, y galera, galera, la bagalera. If you're ever feeling out of sorts, I'd like to recommend a look in Managua, Nicaragua. What a wonderful spot. There's coffee and bananas and a temperature hot. So take a trip and on a ship go sailing away across the agua to Managua, Nicaragua. Ole.
Si salía caballo de Tijuana, Santa Parada, Kenny Temple, to the man, your cerveza. Hey, Pedro, who picked the key? I think it must be a baritone.
Across the agua to Managua, Nicaragua. Ole. Across the agua to Managua, Nicaragua. Ole.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpaste prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And use Colgate Dental Cream twice a day and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Did you ever notice a funny thing concerning people who are related to us? When they're poor, they're called relatives. But when they're rich, then they're known as family connections. Well, at the Anderson boarding house where our young hero Dennis Day rooms, we find Mrs. Anderson engaging her lord and master in a conversation about a family connection.
Herbert, I've been thinking a good deal lately about your sister, Pauline.
Have you, Poopsie?
Yes. She's a splendid woman, Herbert. She has the type of character I've always admired.
Yes. When her husband passed away, he left her simply loaded with it.
Herbert, I feel we should be extremely nice to your sister. That's why we've written to her and invited her to come and live with us.
We have?
We have. But since this house isn't big enough for your sister, too, we decided to sell it and buy a larger one.
We did?
We did? Any comments?
Oh, no. I'm just grateful to us for taking me into our confidence like this.
So far, all we've been offered for this place is $4,000. Nowhere near enough to buy something larger with. Nevertheless, we...
Morning, folks. Oh, good morning, Dennis.
Good morning. Nevertheless, Herbert, we must locate a larger house immediately. It's absolutely vital under the circumstances.
Yes, of course. Oopsie.
I'll have the house swept in an hour so we can go right out and look. You see that you get your ironing done in time.
Yes, I'll give it everything I have, passion flower.
Were you saying something about a larger house, Mrs. Anderson?
Yes, we're going to need one from now on.
Mrs. Anderson, you don't mean... That is, it isn't... You don't mean you're expecting another Anderson?
So that's exactly what I mean.
Oh, my gosh. I noticed you were eating like a horse lately.
What?
And here you are doing housework. Shouldn't you be off your feet?
Off my feet?
Of course. How soon is when is the latest Anderson due to arrive?
Why, sometime next week.
Mrs. Anderson, drop that broom and lie down immediately.
Have you gone crazy? Get out of here.
Yes, ma'am. But if there's something you want all of a sudden, like a pickle or a lemon malted milk with ripe olives in it, don't hesitate to call on me.
You'll hear from me if I feel the urge for either. Now, go.
Yes, ma'am. Gosh, women sure get irritable at a time like this. Oh, well, I can understand it. I suppose I'd be irritable myself if I... Now I'm being silly.
Dennis, did my wife...
Gee, congratulations, Mr. Anderson. I just heard.
Heard? Heard what?
Why, the wonderful news about the new visitor that's on the way.
Oh, that.
Gosh, aren't you excited?
What for? As far as I'm concerned, it just means more washing and ironing.
Mr. Anderson, that's no attitude to take.
Well, maybe not, but it wouldn't surprise me if she turned out to be quite a nuisance.
She? Couldn't it be a he?
What are you talking about? Of course it couldn't.
Gee, what confidence.
Are you serious?
Well, I've heard of cases where it turned out to be a he. There was one right in my own family.
Dennis, our visitor can't be anything but a she.
She can't?
Look, sisters are girls, aren't they?
Yes.
Well?
When my father had that talk with me, he must have left something out.
For heaven's sake, Dennis. Now, my sister's coming to visit, and she's a girl
Your sister?
Yes.
Then you're not going to have a baby?
I consider it most unlikely.
Gosh.
Hi, Daddy. Hello, Dennis. Mother was just telling me about Aunt Pauline coming to live with us.
Not what you think, Mildred. She's a full-grown woman.
Well, yes, of course. How old did you think she was?
Never mind. I just made another one of my natural mistakes.
Oh, gee, Daddy, won't it be wonderful living in a great big house? Maybe we can buy that big Burnside place over on Elm.
Oh, they want $8,000 for the Burnside House, Mildred. We couldn't buy it unless we got $8,000 for this one, and nobody would pay that much.
No, not unless a couple of real estate brokers were to get interested in it and start bidding against it. Daddy!
Uh-huh.
Suppose a big builder from out of town dropped in at a real estate office and hinted that he was interested in the Anderson property.
Say.
Yeah, but where are we going to get a big builder from? I'm afraid I know.
You can do it easily, Dennis.
But it's silly, Mildred. I don't know anything about building. Honest, I was 20 years old before I learned to make anything with my tinker toy.
Dennis, we've just got to sell this house for $8,000. You've got to be the big builder.
But, Mildred, I never built anything,
Dennis?
Not even my resistance. Okay, I'll try it. How do you do? You're Mr. Rowland, the real estate broker?
Yes?
Glad to know you, Rowland. I'm Frank Lloyd Day, the big architect and builder.
Oh, really? Oh, where are you from, Mr. Day?
Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City. Why, that's my hometown.
Nobody's got the kind of luck I have.
What firm are you connected with, Mr. Day? I know everyone in Oklahoma City.
Well, I'm referring, of course, to Oklahoma City, New Jersey.
Oh, I see. Don't believe I know the place. Just what have you built, Mr. Day?
Well, you've heard of the Empire State Building?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, I was formerly connected with the firm that built it.
Oh, how about the Chrysler Building?
Well, my brother's with the firm that built that.
Leaving buildings for the moment, we come now to the Golden Gate Bridge.
Oh, yes. I know all about that job.
And so we say farewell to the Golden Gate Bridge and find ourselves at the Grand Coulee Dam.
Mr. Day, you're not going to tell me you built the Grand Coulee Dam.
I did. I designed it all by myself and also hired the coolies.
I suppose next you'll be telling me you built Notre Dame Cathedral.
And why shouldn't I?
Because it was built in the 12th century.
Yeah, that's why I shouldn't.
Mr. Day, it strikes me that you're not quite the fool you'd have me believe you are. I have a feeling that you're a very shrewd young man.
Let's play that hunch for all it's worth, shall we?
There's only one reason for you to come and see me. You're interested in property.
Well, I'm not saying I am, and I'm not saying I'm not. All I'm saying is, keep going. I love it.
I thought so. What kind of property, Mr. Day?
Corners. Greatest kind of property there is. Why, I've come out time after time for shorter streets so we'd have more corners.
I see. Just what corner in Weaverville are you interested in?
Now you're getting too inquisitive, Mr. Rowland. I must bid you good day.
What?
Thought you could pump me, huh? So that's your game, is it?
But you came to my office.
You tried to trick me. You left your door open.
But you phoned for an appointment.
Another trick, putting your name in the phone book.
Now, see.
I know. You'd like to find out who owns the property I'm after. Boy, what you'd give to hear me mention the name of Herbert Anderson. Fat chance. I'm too smart for you, Roland.
Herbert Anderson, where's his property?
Wouldn't you like to know? You think I'm going to tell you which corner of 4th and Maple it's on? I know how to keep my big mouth shut.
The Anderson property at 4th and Maple.
I'm warning you, pal. Don't try to cut in my deal, see?
Who, me? Well, gosh, no, of course not. Do I look like a dirty crook?
I'm not saying you do, and I'm not saying you don't. All I'm saying is, I'm very happy with the way things are going.
You mean he's actually coming over here to see about buying this house?
I think so, Mrs. Anderson.
And you think he'll pay us $8,000 for it?
Well, sure, Mother. Dennis is going to bid him up till we've got the highest price possible.
Yeah, I'm going to pretend I'm a big real estate operator. You have confidence in me, haven't you, Mrs. Anderson? Huh? Huh? Oh.
Oh, golly, there he is. Answer it, Dennis, while I get out of sight.
Does Mrs. Anderson live? Oh, so it's you.
I thought you'd be sticking your nose in here, Roland.
Yeah? Well, I got a right to this property, too.
Well, I saw it first.
Gentlemen, there'll be none of that. My property will be sold to the highest bidder.
Oh, good. Mrs. Anderson, I'm prepared to pay you $5,000 for this place.
I bid $5,000.50.
How much?
5,500.
That's better.
I'll make it 6,000.
6,500.
Now, wait a minute. Let's talk a little sense here, Dave. Here, have a cigar.
That's not my brand, Bud.
Oh? What kind do you prefer?
Chocolate.
Oh, wise guy, huh? I'll tell you what I'll do, Mrs. Anderson. I'll give you $7,000 and not a cent more.
7,500.
8,000.
Splendid, as far as I...
8,500.
Mr. Day.
9,000.
Oh, that's...
9,500.
You win, Day. I can't bid any higher.
Good, I thought you'd... Huh?
You heard me. Take the house.
Now, wait a minute.
That's all there is to it. 9,000 is my final offer.
Suppose I come down a little and you stay where you are.
No, thanks. I don't like the looks of this. I'm getting out of here.
Wait a minute. We'll start the bidding again, and you can steal the place. I bid $40.
$40?
Sure.
Well, I bid 50.
60.
70.
8,900.
That's all. I thought this smelled funny. I wouldn't touch this place for nothing. Good day.
Mrs. Anderson, I just know you're going to comment on this. That is, if I'm lucky.
Comment? Do you know what I could do to you, Dennis Day?
Yes, ma'am, but don't do it. You have enough troubles now. Don't add a boy slaughter charge to them.
Gee, I guess now we'll never get to live in that beautiful Burnside house.
No, I'm afraid not, Mildred.
Was Mother annoyed at what happened?
Well, I got the impression that she was. She told me if I ever spoke a word to her again, she'd knock me so flat I'd have to wear wedgies to keep my ears from dragging.
Golly. And then I'll bet she told you to pack up and get out, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's happened before and you're still here.
Yeah, but this is the first time she ever sold my bed to the Salvation Army.
Gee, if we could only think of some way to get hold of that Burnside house.
But how could we? It would cost $8,000 and only a millionaire has that much money. I said something?
No.
I have a strange feeling I'm not going to either. Well, I'll get it.
How do you do? My name is Jackson. Is this Mr. Rowland, the real estate broker?
Oh, no, sir. Mr. Rowland left some time ago.
Oh, well, that's too bad. His office told me I might find him here. I'm a real estate dealer, too, and I was interested in buying the Burnside property, which I understand he's handling.
Well, I'm very sorry, but...
Why, Harvey, this gentleman doesn't need to see Mr. Rowland.
Harvey?
Well, that's your name, isn't it? Harvey Burnside?
Huh? Are you... Oh, yeah, so it is. You have something in mind, Pamela?
Well, naturally, Harvey.
Imagine me being so absent-minded, forgetting my own name. Isn't that a panic?
You just said it, dear.
Yeah, but it's gone again. Let's see. Ruth? No. Grace? No. Sam? Of course not.
It's Pamela, dear.
Pamela, of course. Oh, I tell you, this absent-mindedness is a curse.
Well, now, do I understand that you're the Mr. and Mrs. Burnside who own the house that's for sale?
That's right. And if you'd like to see it, we'd be only too glad to show it to you. Shall we say 5 o'clock, Mr. Jackson?
Well, that's splendid, Mrs. Burnside. I'll see you both then. Goodbye.
Gosh, Mildred, this is the best idea you ever had. What is it?
Look, there's no one living in the Burnside house.
Uh-huh.
So we'll go over and mess the place up.
Yeah?
Not badly, but just so it looks discouraging. That'll bring the price down to where we can afford it.
You know something, Mildred? With your ideas, we'll never have to worry about the housing problem after we're married.
Why not?
We're going to spend most of our time in jail. Gosh, Mildred, don't you think we've gone too far, boarding up the stairs and all the windows?
We've got to make Mr. Jackson think the house is undesirable, Dennis.
But wasn't it enough when we shut off the water and lights and painted rat holes in all the corners?
We can't take any chances. Oh, there he is. Now do everything you can to discourage him.
Okay. Come in.
Hello. Say, where are you folks? It's kind of dark in here.
Right over here, Mr. Jackson. But watch that floorboard you're walking on.
Floorboard?
Yeah, it's kind of warped. Every once in a while, boing! And you're pinned to the ceiling.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but outside of that, the house is perfect.
Maybe Mr. Jackson would like to look around, dear.
Oh, yes, and I'd like to start with the upstairs, if I may.
Why, certainly. Now, let's see. Where did I put that ladder?
You go upstairs by ladder?
Have to. The rope broke.
Well, never mind. I think we can pass that up. What's up there? The bedroom and the bath?
The bedroom's in the what?
The bath. Surely you have a bathroom.
By George, Pamela, I'll bet that's it.
Why, of course.
You'll bet that's what?
Mr. Jackson, did you ever have the feeling that something was missing and you couldn't quite put your finger on what it was?
You mean, But where do you go when you want to wash up?
Oh, that's no trouble. There's a filling station less than a mile from here.
Well, I guess I've heard everything now.
Oh, but you haven't heard any of our real advantages yet. For instance, we have no garbage problem here at all.
You haven't?
Nope, just toss it out in the backyard.
Well, don't you know that's a violation of the law? Garbage must be taken to the city dump.
I know. That's our backyard.
Great God, I'm getting out of here.
Oh, but you've hardly looked at the place, Mr. Jackson. Dear, you must show Mr. Jackson our lovely drop living room.
Oh, you bet, dear. Do you happen to remember where it dropped to?
Oh, I've heard enough. Mr. Burnside, I wouldn't recommend this place to a client of mine if he was living in a tree. And I'll see that nobody else buys it either. Good day, sir.
Dennis, we did it. The house will sell for a song now.
Boy, I sure hope so.
Oh, it will. And Mother can't be angry with you anymore. Why, when she hears about it, she'll kiss you.
Mildred, don't say that. There must be some other way we can make up.
Oh, Dennis, we're all so proud of you.
Gee, thanks.
You must have been awfully convincing, my boy.
Oh, yes. We just got a call from Mr. Rowland. He says we can have the Burnside House for only $4,000.
But gosh, do you think we should live there? There's no stairs and no bathroom, and it's full of loose boards.
Dennis, you made those things up.
Did I? Oh, yeah. Gee, I guess I was convincing.
Come in.
How do you do? Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Burnside.
Oh, yes, Mr. Jackson. You see, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson here are my parents.
Oh. Well, do they know my client isn't going to buy the Burnside house?
Yes, we know, and we think it's wonderful.
I'll say it's wonderful. You know, you nearly had to live there.
Live there?
Yes. You see, my client is your sister Pauline. She was going to buy the house and make you a present of it.
Oh, my soul and body.
Dennis, stay.
I know. You'd like a word with me.
I would.
No, please, Mrs. Anderson. The last time you had a word with me, I couldn't sit down for a week.
Come here, you.
No.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And just how important that is, our Colgate players are standing by to demonstrate for you. Our curtain goes up now on the tragic end of a buggy ride in New York Central Park.
Well, thanks for the buggy ride, Dick, but this is the end of the line. I'm getting out right now.
Hey, wait a minute, Sugar. You can't open fire on a guy just because he tries for a kiss.
Well, that's not why I'm walking out on you, Dick.
Then why are you? Don't hold out on me, Sugar. Sing out.
Well, Dick, honey, I just positively can't. But your dentist can.
And here's what Dick found out.
Scientific tests have proved that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, Colgate Dental Cream's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. In fact, nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So, to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Here's Dennis with Charles Dant and the orchestra to sing the beautiful arrangement of We Could Make Such Beautiful Music Together.
We could make such beautiful music together. We could sing the loveliest love songs together. Our hearts beat in tempo, the sound of our
everybody.
Dennis Day can be heard with Jack Benny every Sunday. And be sure and be with us again next week for another Dennis Day program. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day. Meanwhile, be sure to use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
It's amazingly different. Not a liquid, not a soap, but an utterly new cream shampoo that leaves hair soft, radiant, glamorous, and also easy to manage. It's Luster Cream Shampoo, created by Kay Dumit, who combined rich lanolin with secret ingredients. Use Luster Cream Shampoo and see how soft, how naturally lovely, how brilliantly alive and well-behaved your hair can be. Ask for Luster Cream Shampoo at cosmetic counters.
Smith, reminding you that housewives know only too well how every penny counts these days. Well, here's an easy way to add more to your shopping budget. Dealers are now paying higher prices for used fats than ever before. So save used cooking fats and oils. Turn them in for cash. Remember, too, industry urgently needs fats and oils to help produce soap, automobiles, refrigerators, all the things you want and need. What's more, the shortage of fats and oils is a worldwide problem. So for your own good, use and reuse fats and oils as often as you can. When they're no longer usable, save them in tin cans and turn them into your dealer. He'll pay you more for your used fats. And don't forget, prices for used fats and oils are higher than ever before.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Transcribed.
Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous, presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Coleman.
And Benita Coleman.
On behalf of our sponsors, the brewers of Schlitz Beer, we welcome you back to another school year on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, The Halls of Ivy.
The halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we depart far away.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA, which is still in the throes of settling down to the academic year. The professors are still scanning new faces for signs of concealed intelligence. The football coaches and the co-eds are estimating the approximate number of attempted passes in the coming season. And the Board of Governors is rechecking its list of wealthy alumni. Object, sentimental extortion. As Ivy's president, Dr. William Todhunter Hall, says to his wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the London stage, at this time of the year, I feel like the director of the mint, taking in raw metal to be turned out as coin of the realm, stamped to a certain pattern, but put to a million various uses. At least that's what he intends to say as soon as she gets off the telephone.
Well, I'd simply love to, Eddie. But let's wait till school settles down a bit, shall we? Oh, no, darling, I'm sure he won't mind. Yeah, I know a few days in New York with you would be wonderful fun. Well, come over for lunch Friday. We'll talk about it. Yes. Bye, Eddie. Hello, Toddy, dear. I was wondering when you... what's the matter?
Oh, nothing, really. I was simply wondering how I could pry into your affairs long enough to learn who Eddie is.
Eddie?
Eddie. Whom you are sure I won't mind if you spend a few days in New York with. If you'll pardon the atrocious sentence structure.
The Eddie I was just talking to. Edwina Carrington, Professor Carrington's wife, Eddie Carrington.
Oh. Yeah, yes, I thought it must be she.
You thought nothing of the kind, you handsome green-eyed monster, you. You were teetering, my love, on the brink of jealousy.
I was not teetering. The word indicates a certain lack of control. No, I was gathering myself for a plunge right into it.
How'd the morning go, darling?
Oh, it passed in the familiar welter of unnecessary confusion. The usual autumnal kaleidoscope.
Kaleidoscope? For colorful, you mean?
No, I mean the scope of every operation seems to collide with all the others.
Oh, well, you're never happier than when your telephone's ringing, your door is flying open, your desk is shoulder high with the... Well, you better answer it, dear. It's probably a crisis of some kind. As the comedian said to Clyde Beatty, gird up your lions, boy.
I hope it's something really devastating and crucial. I'm tired of puny, picayune little problems, not worthy of me. Hello? Yes, this is Dr. Hall. Oh, yes, Professor. Oh, I see. Well, don't take it too much to heart, Professor. This is just a warm-up period, you know. Yes, by all means, please do. I'll be here.
Got a nice juicy one, Doctor.
Well, I don't quite know. That was Professor Waldeck, new this year.
What particular brand of information does he strive to impart to the eager, it says here, student?
Genetics. Genetics.
Oh, well, ask a silly question, get a silly answer. What is Professor Waldeck's trouble?
Oh, let's wait and hear it from him. He's coming right over now. Now, what were we talking about?
About how glad you were to be back.
Well, I am glad to be back, in spite of such a splendid summer. Well, we saw a lot of country, didn't we?
It's positively frightening. How on earth can a country as large as the United States be run by a little town way over on the edge of it? And why isn't the capital in the middle someplace? Incidentally, where is the middle?
Geographically, in central Kansas.
Yeah, but Washington, D.C. must be 2,000 or 3,000 miles away from it. It doesn't seem reasonable.
Oh, the explanation is simple, my darling. The residents of Washington, D.C. do not vote. Politicians feel much more comfortable having offices in a community where the citizens have no ballot. It's restful. But, how would you like to do more American exploring next summer?
More? You mean we didn't see all of it?
We didn't see a tenth of it. Personally, I'd like to continue the tour. I was tremendously interested in talking to people along the way. Interested and, I must admit, a little disturbed.
Well, then why do it again if it disturbs you?
Let's call it an urge for diagnosis. I want to see in what degree the brassy courage, the inherent confidence, the spit-in-your-eye independence of our hickory-shirted ancestors has disappeared.
Think it has disappeared?
Not necessarily, but it's symptomatic when a free-born American citizen fears to sign a test copy of the Constitution of the United States for fear that it might be used against him.
Oh, dear, that old hammer and sickle. So symbolic, making hay with the sickle while they knock down the barn with the hammer.
Yeah, we should face our collective fears. It's too bad we can't be psychoanalyzed on a national scale.
Can't get a big enough couch, for one thing.
Just look at us. Leading the world industrially. Possessing unlimited resources in men, material, ingenuity, and inventiveness. Wealthy beyond measure. Mighty in everything but self-confidence. Looking tremulously over our shoulders at a paranoiac nation which is so internally insecure that it requires 2 secret policemen for every citizen. which maintains slave labor of so many millions that it dare not turn its back on them, or even admit their existence, which forbids contact of its people with free countries for fear of their enlightenment and desertion. How on earth can we, a nation of gifted poker players, be bluffed so long with such an obviously busted flush? That's what I want to...
Well, now, before we answer the door, dear, what's a busted flush?
Well, as a totalitarian example, 4 long-handled spades and a heavy club.
Yes, but what if they do start a war?
Well, then we'll fight, my dear, but not from under our beds. And I think this must be Professor Valdek. Excuse me. Ah, Professor Valdek.
Dr. Hall?
Come in.
Good of you to see me.
Delighted to see you. Victoria, this is Professor Valdek. Professor, my wife.
Hello, Professor. Do sit down.
It is a great pleasure, Mrs. Hall. Several people have had the temerity to try to describe you to me. They should go back to the School of Speech and brush up on eloquence.
Well, thank you. That's very nice.
Yeah, you seem to be fairly well qualified yourself, Professor. But what is it that has you so disturbed?
An incident which occurred in my class today. In the middle of my lecture, a student became greatly upset, very emotional, left his books and notes and went out. I cannot think what I might have said to offend him. It was a lecture which I've given many times, and never have I had such a reaction.
Well, maybe it wasn't emotional at all. 4 jelly donuts for breakfast can get pretty disturbing.
No, madame. Of the emotional reaction, I am sure. The boy was quite distressed.
Well, who was the student, Professor? Did you check?
Immediately after class. He is Bradford Brooks Bradford III.
Oh, I know him. He's a nice boy, a little over-mannered, if such a thing is possible, but nice. Pioneer Chicago family.
Well, why didn't you get in touch with young Bradford and ask him what was wrong, Professor?
I tried. I could not reach him. At the fraternity house, they said he was packing his trunk, was leaving, did not wish to see anyone.
Well, he must have been upset. He never seemed that flighty to me. Very solid scene design and the dramatic productions. Professor, what was your lecture about?
On the Mendelian laws, inheritance of dominant and recessive characteristics. Quite prosaic and certainly not clinical enough to disturb the most sensitive.
Seems very strange. Why not let me locate Bradford, if I can, and see what touched off the explosion? I'm sure you're not at fault.
Well, thank you. If you can substantiate that, I shall feel a great deal better.
Well, don't you worry about it. My husband has a knack for straightening these things out.
Oh, please, darling, not a knack. Whether that's to class my gift for conciliation with that of carving ships in bottles, or dancing the samba with a full glass of water on top of my head. Knack, indeed. It's a rare talent, highly developed.
Did you ever see a man take so many bows before the curtain went up?
Do you know what my father used to say, Professor? He used to say, Bill... my name is William.
Yes, I know.
Bill, he'd say, a man must neither be praised nor censured for any endowments he may or may not possess. For these he is not responsible. Honor or disparage him rather for his attainments. For these he may claim the credit or must admit the lack.
How true.
You know, dear, I'm sure your father was a very wise man, but I sometimes suspect that the remarks you credit him with are just the things he would have said if you hadn't thought of them first.
In this case, I admit that possibility. Vicky, please see if you can get Bradford on the phone, will you?
October, that invigorating crispness in the air, the silent white clouds and the clean blue sky, the beauty of nature in its thousands of shades of flame color, hayrack rides, long walks in the woods, the wonderful scent of burning leaves.
And football games.
Oh, yes, football games.
I love football. But you know, at Ivy home games, I have to watch the last few minutes of play standing on tiptoes at the nearest exit, ready to dash for the parking lot. But I don't mind. You see, I settled here in Ivy after I got out of school, married, bought a home, and every year on football weekends, Martha's and my old classmates and friends come back. It's gotten to be a tradition, our open house after the game. And that's why I stand at the exit to see the last of the football game. I have to hurry home to see that everything's ready for our friends. Cold cuts, plenty of dark rye bread, pickles, cheese, potato chips, and naturally Schlitz beer. Incidentally, last week we had an especially big crowd, and Professor Wilson, my neighbor, loaned me his children's plastic wading pool. We filled it with ice and Schlitz bottles, and the open house was a swell success. But that was expected. Good friends, good food, and the mighty good taste of Schlitz beer. You know, a glass of beer just naturally tastes good on special occasions like our open houses, but I've discovered that whenever a beer would taste good, Schlitz beer tastes best. Of course, that's just my opinion.
Well, your opinion and the opinion of millions of other people like you, too. So many people like the taste of Schlitz beer. It's first in sales in the USA. Why don't you, too, make a point of always enjoying the most popular beer in history? Next time, every time, ask for Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
Surround us here today.
As we return to the halls of Ivy, we find President and Mrs. Hall awaiting the arrival of Bradford Brooks Bradford, the student who left Professor Valdek's genetics class in an unexplained flurry of emotion.
You say you've met young Bradford, Victoria?
He's a nice boy, a little supercilious in a well-mannered way. Crew cut, meticulously dressed. By the way, why crew?
I beg your pardon, darling?
Crew cut. Why is it called crew cut?
I presume because a college rowing team started using short haircuts to cut down wind resistance. And keep their forelocks from obstructing their view of the coxswain. Flinging back an errant cowlick 40 strokes from the finish line would certainly be no help to the rhythm. Unless, of course, the entire crew tossed their heads in unison. But then it might look to the spectators like a mass tantrum.
Thank you. One reason I love you, dear, is that you always have an answer.
Well, I try. If I lack authentic information, I find simple logic quite helpful. Incidentally, this summer I found another reason why I love you.
Did you?
It suddenly occurred to me what a wonderful instinct you have for companionship.
You mean I don't yakety-yak all the time?
That's part of it. I remember that for 107 miles across the state of Utah, you uttered just 13 words. You said, "Did you know, dear, that we've been out of gas for some time?"
I didn't say that until we were going downhill with the filling station at the bottom.
You were wonderful, wonderful. You're one of those rare women who respect a man's occasional need for solitude. I don't think women constitutionally are equipped to cope with it.
Oh, yes, they are. But personally, I love solitude, particularly if I'm with you.
Yeah, thank you. What I mean is that men, like little boys, must run away from home now and then. It's a compulsion. Oh, they may just go out and pitch a few golf balls, whip some stream in which no trout has been caught in local memory, or just lock the door and string paper clips together. But most women don't understand this. But then I can't recall that history has ever recorded the name of a female hermit.
No, Catherine of Russia and Cleopatra and Helen of Troy were quite social, as I remember it. But so, as you say...
That's probably Bradford. Excuse me, darling. Mr. Wellman, please come in.
Can't stay but a moment, Dr. Hall. Only a moment. I just want to say good afternoon, Mrs. Hall, that I just heard about Bradford, and I want you to know...
Good afternoon, Mr. Wellman.
Afternoon, Mrs. Hall. That Bradford Brooks Senior is a very dear friend of mine. Comes from a fine Chicago family, ancestors boarded from the Indians and all that. And if this boy is permitted to leave Ivy College and all the money he has so generously donated in the past, his father, and his father's father, all Ivy alumni, it must not be permitted. Is that clear, Dr. Hall?
Well, I must admit to having heard statements which were finer examples of clarity, Mr. Wellman.
Indeed. I didn't think it would be necessary to diagram. Dramadiagram. Look, if this boy is allowed to...
Mr. Wellman.
What is it? Mrs. Hall.
If what you're trying to say is that we must make every effort to find out what has happened and, if possible, keep young Bradford as a student, well, I'm sure Dr. Hall couldn't agree with you more.
Of course, influence and connections are not necessary to enlist my help, Mr. Wellman. This is my job.
Yeah, he likes it, too. He flushes trouble out of the bushes like a bird dog.
Please don't misunderstand me. I was merely trying to...
Did you know, Mr. Wellman, that I am one of your admirers?
Well, don't just stare at him, Mr. Wellman. It was a compliment.
I know, but what did I mean, I wasn't aware that this comes as a complete... What was that you said, Doctor?
I said I was one of your admirers.
That's what I thought you said.
As chairman of the Board of Governors, Mr. Wellman, your primary function is to keep this institution in a state of solvency. Our solid financial status at present is largely a tribute to the grim and resolute manner in which you pursue and capture the wily contributor. I admire any man who has a task to perform and acquits himself well.
Well, my goodness. Thank you. But
so, the fiscal responsibility being yours and the educational responsibility being mine, I suggest that we each stay within our respective preserves. I'll handle the younger Bradford. You go and extract a stadium from the elders.
In other words, Dr. Hall, I'm to mind my own business.
Oh, no, yes.
Very well. I guess I sort of admire you, too, Dr. Hall. Any employee, and don't ever forget you are one, any employee who has the
visceral integrity?
I was thinking of a shorter word. Yes, the visceral integrity to tell the chairman of the board to mind his own business is, let me know what happens. That stadium of yours isn't a bad idea. Good day, Mr. Paul. Good day.
Well, now that he's had a pat on the head, he'll go and work harder than ever for donations. Sort of wagging his toil, as it were, you know.
No. Wagging his toil.
Yes.
Vicky might have...
I suppose that's Clarence back for another kind word?
Oh, Clarence is much too astute to expect it twice in one day, from me at least.
Well, in that case, I'll let Mr. Bradford in. Hello, Brad. Come in, please.
Well, thanks, Mrs. Hall. Dr. Hall here?
Yes, I'm expecting you. Brad, I don't think you've ever met Dr. Hall.
Welcome to the powerhouse, Bradford.
Thank you, sir.
Sit down. Now, can I get you gentlemen something cold and wet or something hot and fragrant?
Not for me, thank you, Mrs. Hall. And don't leave on my account.
Oh, yes, it might help to have another opinion. Although what there is to have an opinion about, I'm sure I don't know. Professor Valdek seems to think he said something either disturbing or offensive to you in his class.
Oh, it wasn't his fault, sir. I'm sure it was just a routine lecture, but, well, it gave me a bad shock.
In what way?
Well, I suddenly discovered I'm a phony. I've been masquerading all my life. Bradford Brooks Bradford III. A lot of malarkey. I don't know who I am. I'm suddenly Nameless Joe, the doorstep kid.
I'm afraid this is a little beyond my comprehension. Exactly what was it in the lecture which led you to this sudden loss of identity?
You know the Mendelian law, Dr. Hall.
Yes, a natural law which relates to the inheritance of certain characteristics worked out by Gregor Johann Mendel, the Austrian biologist.
Born 1822, died 1884.
Yes, but... Why, Vicky, how did you...
Well, I looked it up this afternoon. Oh. Go on, Brad.
Well, I've always been rather proud of my family, Dr. Hall. being Bradford Brooks Bradford was important to me, and I don't think I'm a snob either.
Oh, of course not. There's a certain proper pride in good stock and good breeding if you try to live up to it.
Well, that's what I mean, sir. My family were Mayflower stock.
Well, I'm glad to meet one of our passengers. My ancestors built the boat.
Thanks for the ride, Mrs. Hall. Anyway, this morning, that was all shot out from under me. According to Professor Valdeck and Mendel, two parents with clear blue eyes, a recessive characteristic, cannot have a child with brown eyes.
Ah, clear blue eyes. Yes, quite rare. Very few people have clear blue eyes.
I know, Dr. Hall, but it happens that both of my parents have them. Now, sir, will you look at my eyes? Brown, aren't they? Do you understand what that means?
Oh, I can see the possibility that you were adopted.
Yes, adopted. A waif. It's a kind of a poke in the teeth, Doctor, to be somebody all these years, a member of a distinguished family, a man with a background and everything, and then suddenly discover that you're a nobody, a foundling. Now I got to go home and find out just who and what I am.
Why?
Why? Well, Mrs. Hall, how can you ask why? I've just explained.
Excuse me, Bradford.
Sir?
I think Mrs. Hall's question, brief as it was, is quite pertinent. You know who you are, apparently. You're the adopted son of the Bradfords of Chicago, who took you and cared for you all these years because they wanted you and loved you. Have you ever had the feeling that they were not your real parents?
Well, of course not. That's why this is such a shock.
Well, then that pretty well shows the affection they have for you, doesn't it? As far as they're concerned, you are Bradford Brooks Bradford.
In this case, the biological aspect is a recessive characteristic. It becomes an academic matter entirely. You see, in present-day adoptions, it's the usual custom, I believe, to inform the child of his adoption at the earliest possible time.
I know,
but does the fact that it was not the custom at the time of your adoption, does that justify your confronting your foster parents and challenging them, accusing them?
Well, I don't know.
Now, that's about who you are, Brad. Now, let's take what you are.
All right. What am I?
Well, the answer to that's quite obvious. You're a healthy, good-looking young man with pleasant manners and, I'm told, a genuine talent for stage design. Do you realize what an opportunity you have to further distinguish the name of Bradford by means of your own ability and character?
You mean that, really?
Well, I can think of no greater satisfaction than to bring a little added glory to the names of the people who have given you so much. Blue eyes or brown eyes, what does the color matter when they are filled with love and pride?
You certainly make it seem kind of unimportant that I was adopted.
It is unimportant, Brad. Don't be a happy little descendant. Be a big, proud ancestor.
I'd like to say one more thing. Mrs. Hall and I spent the summer touring America. A great country, Brad. It was built by great people, including the Bradfords. You know what made them great? A spirit of freedom and independence and a disregard for binding tradition. Daniel Boone, Davy Crockett, Kit Carson, Lewis and Clark, who were their families? Who knows? Who cares? They were individuals with the greatest heritage possible, a heritage of courage and initiative. They made their own names. And in doing so, they made a nation. Oh, it's a little late for you to find a new Oregon Trail, Bradford, or make a fortune in buffalo hides. But the chance you have of making the third Bradford Brooks Bradford a great name in the world is spread right out before you. Are you going to take it?
Yes. Yes, sir, I'm going to take it. Thank you.
No, don't thank me, my boy. Thank those kind and generous people who sent you here, the Bradfords, who invested their good name and faith in what begins to look like a gilt-edged security.
I'm glad you think so, sir. I think I'll get back and unpack. I got to earn some dividends on that security. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, Brad.
Toddy.
Yes, Vicky?
I'd like to be in Chicago someday when Bradford's parents call him in and tell him he's an adopted child. And hear him say, "Oh, yes, I've known that for a long time."
Well, I think that now he's looking forward to that day himself. And I'm glad that with your help, my darling, we managed to change his point of view. There's an old Irish proverb which just about covers the situation. God never shuts one door, but he opens another.
The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, has been presented by Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. The taste of Schlitz, the taste that so many people like so much, has made Schlitz beer first in sales in the USA. Why don't you, too, enjoy the most popular beer in history? Next time, every time, ask for Schlitz beer. Now, here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good night, everybody.
Good night from all of us and our sponsor, the Brewers of Schlitz Beer. Join us again next week here on Ivy Campus, won't you? Good night.
Good night.
Next week at this same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Mr. Wellman is played by Herbert Butterfield. Also in our cast were Lou Merrill and Victor Perrin. Tonight's script was written by Ted Rosnack and Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who invite you to enjoy the Schlitz Playhouse of Stars on television with the brightest names of Hollywood and Broadway. See your newspaper for time and channel. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today. And
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Jill Walker, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody.
Starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
It's a pleasant evening in Mel Blanc's little town, and young lovers, taking advantage of the weather, are walking hand in hand through Crotona Park. On a secluded park bench, Susan Adams is saying to her boyfriend,
"Oh, Henry, that big man who just walked by nodded to me."
Oh, he did, huh? Well, either he apologizes or I'll knock his block off.
And walking towards Indian Lake, Shirley Davis is saying to her boyfriend,
"Oh, Roy, that fellow over there just smiled at me."
Oh, he did, huh? Well, I'll go right over there and wipe that smile off his face with my fist.
And in another part of the park, where Betty Colby is walking with her boyfriend, Mel Blanc, Betty is saying,
"Oh, Mel, that tough-looking man over there winked at me."
Oh, he did, huh? I could have sworn he winked at me.
Well, after a while, Mel and Betty left the park, and now we find them in the front parlor of Betty's house.
"Oh, Mel,
We're all alone in the house.
Say, Betty, you know, next month is the annual convention of the Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras.
Nobody will be home for hours.
The Grand Caliph is coming to town tomorrow. And your father wants to be head of the entertainment committee.
Mel, kiss me.
And if I can help your father, Huh? What'd you say, Betty?
I said, kiss me.
Betty, you haven't heard a word I said.
Yes, I have, and I know all about it because the Grand Caliph is coming to our house for dinner tomorrow. Father's been talking about nothing but the convention.
Gosh, we had a big convention last year. What a parade. 2 big brass bands followed by 3,000 members, all dressed like zebras.
Were there many people watching?
Well, I don't know, Betty. The part of the zebra I was didn't get a chance to look out. And after the parade, the brother zebras really went to town. Brother Jones climbed up to the top of a flagpole, and he hung by his teeth.
Did he stay up there long?
No, Brother Jones came down immediately, but his teeth stayed up there for hours. Gosh, if your father gets to be head of the entertainment committee, he'll be in charge of supplying the food, and he'll make a lot of money out of his supermarket. And if I help him, he'll surely let me take you to the big dance.
Oh, if there's only some way you could help Father.
Yeah. Betty, there is. I can entertain the Grand Caliph.
Entertain him?
Sure. What do I do best? Sing, dance, or tell jokes?
What else do you do?
Well, I'm a great juggler. Here, I'll take these 3 dishes and show you. Now, watch this.
Now you'll break them.
Oh, Betty, where's your confidence? Betty, where's your broom? Oh, there must be something I can do.
Oh, there's somebody at the door. Come in.
Hello, hello.
Oh, it's Professor Potchnick, the piano teacher.
Hello, Professor.
I know that 2 is company and 3 is a crowd.
Yes, that's right.
But as long as you got such a big room, I'll stay. I thought I would drop in for a minute. I was just giving lessons to that little kid next door.
Oh, yes. How is he playing, Professor?
Terrible. He's got an upright piano, but when he plays, it's a downright shame. I told him to hit do, he hit re. I told him to hit re, he hit fa. I told him to hit me, and he did, right in the eye.
Say, Professor, Mr. Colby is trying to get the job of supply entertainment for the Zebra convention. Can you help him out?
Oh, can I help him? Mel, you are talking to a man who was born in a trunk.
Oh, you mean you were on the stage?
No, my father owned the luggage company. But later on, I did go on the stage. Was I good? You know how in Europe they kiss the performers? I was so good, an old lady ran up on the stage and bit me.
Oh, what did you do on the stage, Professor?
Oh, I was part of a dance team, Sonia and Max. 15 minutes of Charleston. I will never forget how I met Sonia. I danced with her on the back porch. Boy, was I hot. Send me daddy. Yeah, man. Send me daddy. Beat me daddy. Send me daddy. After I got out of the hospital,
Hey, wait a minute. How did you get in the hospital?
Her daddy sent me. And then I married her and we broke up. She was double-crossing me.
Well, how'd you find out?
All night long, she is whispering in her sleep, Max, Max.
But Max is your name.
I know, but she is whispering, Max. Max just left. I'll meet you in 15 minutes, Joe. But my heart pines to go to her. She's in Mexico now, dancing under the name of Popocatépetl.
Popocatépetl? Well, that's a volcano with fire inside.
I told her not to eat that Mexican food. Say, Mel, I got a wonderful idea for you to be a comedian.
Oh, gosh, Professor, I can't be a comedian.
Look, why don't you and Mr. Colby become a team like Abbott and Costello, Amos and Andy, the Brooklyn Dodgers?
The Brooklyn Dodgers? That ain't a team.
See? Already you're a comedian.
Say, that's a good idea. I know a lot of old jokes, too. And I'd do anything to take Betty to the zebra dance.
Well, quite a crowd here tonight. Hello, everybody.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
Hey, Mel,
try what I told you.
All right. Mr. Colby, who was that lady I saw you with last night?
It's none of your business. My social life is strictly personal.
Well, don't get mad, Mr. Colby. That's a joke. I've got an idea that'll cinch the entertainment job for you when the Grand Caliph gets here. You're going to be a comedian.
But I can't be a comedian.
You and I will be a team, like Abbott and Costello, Amos and Andy, the Brooklyn Dodgers.
The Brooklyn Dodgers, that's a baseball club.
See, already you're a comedian. That didn't come out right.
Mr. Colby, we will give you an idea how it goes. Go ahead, Mel.
All right. I got a chicken that lays 7 eggs in 5 days.
7 eggs in 5 days? What for?
So she can get the weekend off. Oh, when the zebra convention hears us tell that joke, Mr. Colby, they'll fall down.
Yeah, right on top of it.
Oh, but Mr. Colby, if we can make the Caliph laugh, that'll be enough to get you the job.
Well, maybe you have an idea. All right, I'll try it.
Great. Mr. Colby, you know that I'm expecting a little bundle from heaven.
A baby?
No, my uncle. He's a midget, and he's flying in from Australia.
Mel.
Yeah?
Mel, when do I get to say the joke?
You see already, he's a ham yet.
Great. Now, I'll say to you, and then...
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle? A breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, back to Mel Blanc. Mr. Colby has invited the Grand Caliph to his house for dinner tonight, hoping he will be made chairman of the entertainment committee for the annual convention of zebras. Mel has persuaded Mr. Colby to do a vaudeville act with him to impress the Caliph, and for once it looks like Mel is in solid with his girlfriend Betty's father, the grouchy Mr. Colby. That is, until Hartley Benson, the town Beau Brummel, comes into Mel's fix-it shop, which he is doing right now.
Hello, Hartley. It's good to see you.
Good. Most people are usually overjoyed. Mel, old boy, I just stopped by at Betty's house. In fact, I composed a little poem about her. Betty is so pretty.
What were you doing at Betty's house?
Well, I stopped by to pick up a book I loaned her. Oh, it's full of romantic passion and burning kisses. The story of a young man, handsome, dashing, a modern Casanova, each night pursued by another beautiful woman.
Oh, sounds terrific. What's the name of the book?
It's my diary. What's a book? Mel, old boy, you haven't lived until you've read December 25th, 1946. And her boyfriend was out playing Santa Claus.
Oh, cut it out, Hartley. The way you talk, you think every woman in this town is crazy about you.
Well, form your own conclusion, Mel. But I'm the only man in this town who is approved by good housekeeping.
So is Drano. Now, look, Hartley. I'm busy. I've got a date with Mr. Colby.
That's the purpose of my visit, old boy. Mr. Colby has decided that it would be beneath his dignity to perform a cheap vaudeville act. So I'm to tell you to stay away from the house, or he'll break every bone in your body. Well, goodbye, old boy. Nice seeing me. Yeah!
What a character. That's all he does. Goes out with girls, romances them, hugs them, and kisses them. Who wants to live like that? I do. Gosh, for a while there I was, big shot with Mr. Colby. Now, blank, you're a blank. Oh, it's my lodge president, Mr. Cushing.
Hello, man. Ugga-boo, ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga. Say, what's the matter, mighty potentate? You look a little depressed.
Well, Mel, I just came from the finance company. I tried to get a loan, but they turned me down.
Why?
Well, they asked me what my occupation was, and I said housewife. You know, I was going to lie about it, Mel, but the milkman was standing there. When he saw me, he said, "Hello, cutie."
Oh, stop exaggerating, mighty potentate. Why didn't you tell him? Who wears the pants in your family?
My wife.
Yeah, but when she's gone, who wears the pants?
The lamb chops. What a woman. You know, Mel, the other day she wanted to go shopping, and she said to me, "John, get out the car and run me over." Yeah, what a temptation.
I don't know, mighty potentate. You talk that way to me about your wife. But what would you say if you lost her?
Finders keepers. Matter of fact, Mel, once I did nearly lose my wife. She was sick, almost at death's door. Well, I left the hospital room and I sang a solemn song.
What song did you sing?
Open the door, Richard.
Stop those wild stories, mighty potentate. I've got plenty of my own troubles. Mr. Colby wants to get the job as head of the entertainment committee, but he didn't like my idea for helping him. Now I won't be able to take Betty to the zebra dance.
Mel, I happen to be a good friend of our Caliph. He's very much impressed by movie stars. Now, if you could...
Say, that's a wonderful idea, mighty potentate. How did you ever think of the idea of me impersonating different people?
Mel, ever since I got married, I've always wished that I was someone else.
Gosh, the Caliph will be at Mr. Colby's house soon. I got to get some costumes to impersonate the movie stars. Meanwhile, I'll send Zuki over to tell Mr. Colby what I'm going to do. Oh, he'll love this idea. Oh, Zuki! Zuki!
Zuki, looks like Mel has a very good idea. Now, let me get it straight.
Well, Mr. Colby, first the Grand Caliph eats that great big that filet that stuffed hash. And then Mel is going to visit you and make believe he's somebody, another compete.
All right, Zuki. I've got it all clear now.
You have?
Yes.
Then explain it to me. I don't understand it myself.
I hope you enjoyed the dinner, mighty, supreme, all-powerful, omnipotent, greatest, most judicious emperor, protector, wise...
All right.
Oh, yes. Oh, by the way, mighty Caliph, how do you like our little town?
Not bad. Of course, I come from Florida myself.
Florida?
Yes. Didn't you notice the snow in my car?
Very funny joke. You know, mighty Caliph, if I were head of the entertainment committee, which it may behoove your supreme mightiest to appoint me, I would make you MC of our convention show.
MC? That's a show business term, is it not?
Oh, yes, it is. It means... Merry Christmas. I know a lot of people in show business. Hollywood stars are visiting me all the time.
You don't say.
Well, that may be one of them now. I'll open the door.
Hello, Mr. Colby. Ugga-boo-boo, Casbah.
Charlie, how are you?
You call him Charlie?
Sure. That's my friend, Charlie Chaplin.
No. Charlie Boyer. Mr. Colby, you are the first one I come to see, my friend. I just come from France on the Normandy.
But the Normandy's been sunk for years.
No wonder the food was so soggy.
You know, Mr. Boy, I never miss one of your pictures. I particularly like Gaslight.
Oh, yes, Gaslight. That was made because the picture company could not pay the bill. But now that they made money and paid the bill, we make a new picture. Electric Light.
Hollywood is so fascinating. Tell me, what role are you going to play?
I play a psychological criminal role, a bulb snatcher. You see, I am a discharged war hero, a GE. By the way, Mr. Colby, I hope that this year the loyal order of benevolent zebras can persuade you to become chairman of their entertainment committee.
Well, that all depends on...
Oh, you did such a wonderful job last year when you distributed the awards.
The Academy Awards? Why, I didn't see you in the newsreels.
The Riding Academy Awards. For Western pictures.
For Western pictures? Why, I didn't know...
Pardon me, I hear the director hollering, "Quiet on the set!" And I must go. Au revoir!
Well, mighty Caleb, about that entertainment committee job,
You know, that's funny, Mr. Colby. He didn't look at all like Charles Boyer.
Well, when you get to know stars like I do, you know how different they look on and off the screen. It's what we in show business call, make-off. Once it starts, it never stops. I'll get there.
Hello, Mr. Colby. Don't you remember your old friend Peter Lorre?
Oh, good to see you, Mr. Lorre. May I take your things?
Yes, but be careful of that glove. There's a finger in it.
Peter, old pal, come in. Meet the Grand Caleb of my lodge.
This is an honor, Mr. Lorre.
Ugga boo, ugga boo boo. Hello, everybody. Body. That's a nice word.
Lorre, you look worried. What's the matter?
Oh, I had a terrible nightmare last night. I dreamt that I killed 2 men.
Well, why worry about it? It was only a dream.
Then why did I pay postage on the 2 bodies I shipped to Milwaukee?
Oh, Mr. Lorre, you don't really mean that, do you?
Of course not. I'm such a happy fellow. Last night we had such a gay time at a party. We played Spin the Body, Hide and Shriek, and Ducking for.
Ducking for apples?
No, after we duck them, they can't eat apples. I also have a hobby, hunting. Last week I went hunting with my friend George. I always wanted to have an elk's head hanging in my den.
Did you get one?
I was lucky. George was an elk. Well, I must go now. Au revoir. I mean, goodbye.
Au revoir? Wait a minute. I knew there was something phony here.
Oh, Mel Blanc, you idiot. Now you've really gummed things up for me.
Well, gosh, Grand Caleb, I was only trying to help Mr. Colby so I could take his daughter to our zebra dance. He didn't want to do what we originally planned.
What did you plan?
Well, I was supposed to say to him, Mr. Colby, this housing shortage is terrible. Do you still live in that penthouse? And he was supposed to say,
yes, I'm lucky I still have a roof under my feet.
Roof?
You like it?
Like it? Why, it's terrific. That's smart entertainment.
Did you hear that, Mr. Colby?
Yes, he likes it.
Well, let's give him some more.
Hey, Yabba!
What is it, Costello?
Hey, Yabba! You know my folks are in the iron and steel business.
You don't say.
Oh, yeah. My mother irons and my father steels. You got 4 cents for a cup of coffee?
4 cents. Coffee costs a nickel.
I know, but who buys retail? Hey, you know, I got a dog that's worth $10,000. Half collie and half bull.
Really? What part bull?
I know. The part about the $10,000.
Well, you know, another comedian.
Gosh, Mel, it was wonderful how you helped Father get the entertainment committee job. Just what did you do?
Oh, it was nothing. I just told a few terrific jokes like, get a load of this one. Betty, I just got a dog with long white hair. I can't think of the name of it.
Spitz?
No, he just drools a little.
Mel, aren't you ashamed of yourself?
Oh, what's the use? You can't win.
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Have you heard about Colgate tooth powder? The new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder that cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath? Colgate tooth powder creates a rich, lively, clean-tasting foam that really cleans. Your whole mouth feels fresh and sweet. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder removes dingy surface stains, reveals the natural brilliance of your teeth. Colgate tooth powder does everything a dentifrice should do. That's why it's an all-purpose tooth powder. Use Colgate tooth powder for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Quickly vanishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Ladies, now more and more fats and oils are needed to make more and more of the things we need so badly. Your butcher pays you a high price for every pound of waste fat you take to him. So do fill a tin and turn it in. Remember, Mel Blanc at the same time every Tuesday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Texaco Star Theater. More than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hoffa. Our guest, Anthony Polomeni, Major Bowles Amateur of the Month. The Martins and Al Goodman's Orchestra. Texaco time.
Then I'll change the way I strut my stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, 1941 may come and 1940 may go, but we bring you a man who just goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on.
Mr. Wallington.
And here he is, ready to go on and on. Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me, Mr. Wallington, but now, look, since we are starting a new year, don't you think that at least you might have opened the program with a little enthusiasm?
I should get steamed up about the new year after the shortchanging I got from this program in 1940.
Well, you mean this program owes you something from the old year?
Yes, Mr. Allen, 3 lines. 3 very funny lines of mine were deliberately eliminated in 1940.
Well, why should 3 lines of yours be cut out of the script?
Because I'm a little too funny for your own comfort, Mr. Allen.
Oh. Brother. And I do not mean as a relative. Now, last week, you weren't going to say another word, Mr. Wallington. This is getting monotonous to me. Are you mad enough to make that same gesture this week?
No. Tonight I'll talk.
Oh, tonight you'll talk.
Yeah, but I won't be amusing.
You won't be amusing?
No.
Jimmy, you are as funny to me as a slow leak in an oxygen tank.
Oh, yeah? I'll bet you're still afraid to put my 3 lines to the test.
Well, who's afraid? Have you got them with you?
Right here.
All right. Now, what lines of yours, you say, what lines were maliciously deleted?
Well, on October the 9th, 1940, I didn't say...
What?
Hello, Fred. I'm having trouble finding a wife. All the women I meet are single.
That's, now just read the lines. Don't contort your features there. Give the lines a fair chance to expire. All right. Now, that was the first one you say was taken out.
That's right. Now, November the 6th, this was cut.
Yes?
Hello, Fred. I just lost my wristwatch. On you, it looks good.
That's 2.
And on December the 18th, 1940, this line was purposely deleted.
Which one?
Hello, Fred. Do you need many men to start a tug of war? Nope. Only takes a couple of jerks.
I didn't see what you did, but you did something there. Yes, you did. You did something besides just tell that thing. Well, now you know why. Why, though, you did something with your shoulder blade. I'm not around there, but something went wrong. But you threw out your chicken breast in reverse and laid the egg in the opposite direction. Well, now you know why those lines were cut out. Well, that balances our account, Mr. Wallington. And so we turn to the news of the week.
Faye.
Oh, yes, Kenny?
As long as you're straightening out your books for 1940...
Oh, Kenny, don't tell me the program owes you lines from last year, too.
Oh, no, F.A. According to my books, I owe the program.
You owe the...
Yeah, on December 11th, I stumbled over a line and had to repeat 4 words of it. I'm 4 words over.
So?
So I'm unbalanced. Balance me, F.A.
Well, Kenny, here's a line of yours coming up in the script that just happens to be 4 words long. It's an answer to a question of mine.
Yeah?
Now, I'll ask you the question, and you don't answer, see? And that'll square us.
Okay. Let me have it.
Here goes. Now, how was your concert? Was it a big success in Walla Walla? Fine. Now, that makes us even, Kenny. And so, with Kenny and our books balanced, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Tonight, January 1st, 1940. 1941. I'm a year behind myself. But what's a year to a joke in radio? A year. Tonight, January 1st, 1941, the Texaco News bears its editorial head in tribute to the year 1940, which departed this life at midnight. Newspapers, newsreels, and other radio programs have brought you the highlights of 1940. The Texaco News gives you the lowlights. Tonight, we parade before you a frowsy group of stagnant nobodies whose unimportant didos during the past year can only be classed as stumbles in the march of time. Now, the first lowlight award for non-essential activity in radio
goes to Ditmar Wink. What was your contribution to radio, Ditmar?
I broke the 1940 record for sending in box tops.
Well, congratulations.
I sent in 30,000 box tops.
Why?
It was that Stumbo contest.
What in the world is Stumbo?
It's some powder that fizzes. It oxidizes your stomach.
Well, I've heard of alkalizing.
Well, this is oxidizing. It gives your stomach fresh air.
Well, is that necessary?
Oh, sure. Your stomach is in there hanging in the dark. It can't get no fresh air.
Oh.
Yeah, Stumbo takes care of that condition.
I see. And what was this Stumbo contest?
If you sent in 30,000 Stumbo box tops, they sent you a neon hall tree.
A neon hall tree?
Yeah, it keeps you from tripping over it in the dark.
Say, it must be beautiful lit up.
Yeah, it looks like the skeleton of a pear tree on fire.
Well, tell me, you're ambidextrous, aren't you? I just noticed. You read on either side. Well, tell me, how did you ever collect the 30,000 Stumbo box tops?
I was taking Stumbo every 10 minutes, 24 hours a day.
Well, has it improved the condition of your stomach?
How should I know?
Well, it's your stomach.
Not no more, it ain't.
Or how come?
They got it in a bottle at the Mayo Clinic.
Very much. I hope you join it in the near future, Mr. Gypsies. A low light award for work in the field of science goes to Professor Phoenix Tradd. What was your accomplishment, Professor Tradd?
I astounded science by splitting the atom.
Split the atom? Well, how did you do it, Professor?
Oh, it was an accident, really.
What happened?
Well,
what happened?
I was in my laboratory.
Yeah.
I had the atom in my hand. I was fooling around with it.
Yes?
I happened to drop the atom.
And?
The darn thing split.
Congratulations.
Same as just an accident, don't you think?
Well, I doubt if I shall ever know. But thank you for the inquiry, Professor Phoenix Tradd. A low-life award for achieving fame in New York Cafe Society goes to Colonel Magnus Creep. How old are you, Colonel?
Well, I'm 82.
And Cafe Society cited you?
Yes, I got the loving cup right here.
At 82, you won this loving cup in a contest. How did it happen?
Well, sir, I was sitting around a night spot down the village one night looking at the floor show and wishing.
Wishing what?
Wishing I was 40 years younger. Couples were jitterbugging, the band was jiving. The waiter tells me I'm wanted on the phone.
And?
I cut through the couples to get to the phone.
Yes?
Right in the middle of the dance floor, I throw a fit.
Yes?
My legs fly up. I get 2 strokes and a chill. I'm shaking and jumping. First thing I know, I'm in the chandelier.
Did they send for a doctor?
No. They pulled me down from the chandelier and presented me with this here loving cup. It's engraved.
And what does that inscription say, Colonel?
To the oldest jitterbug to jit in 1940.
Well, thank you, Colonel Magnus Creep. No, wait. We haven't any chandeliers here. You'd have to fake it on the ceiling. But the woman who had the most trouble in 1940 was Miss Dora Dream. What misfortune befell you, Miss Dream?
It's just been one calamity after another all year.
You poor thing. What happened?
Well, first I was hit by a bus. I had 8 operations.
Dear.
Then my mother set herself on fire.
Oh.
The next day, a loan shark put my father in jail.
Mercy.
And next, the fellow I was going to marry was shot coming up the aisle by a traveling salesman.
Oh.
And yesterday, the oil stove exploded and killed Grandma and Grandpa. And tomorrow, I'm going to be run over by a taxi cab.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Just a minute, Dora. You've had a lot of trouble. How do you know the trouble you're going to have?
I'm in radio. I work on all of them daytime serial shows.
Oh, condolences. And an unhappy New Year, Miss Dora Dream. The outstanding 1940 musical faux pas recorded at Carnegie Hall was committed by Herman Lich. You are a member of the Symphony Orchestra, Herman?
Nah, I've been playing with Solid Sam and his 7 senders. It's a syncopation combo.
Well, how did you ever get into Carnegie Hall?
I filled in for a guy. It's a cornet job.
Oh, did you find the symphony music difficult?
The first number is accompanying some opera tenor. I'm tight cornet. Only got 2 notes to play.
All through the tenor solo?
All through it, I'm playing the same 2 notes.
Well, how do you mean?
I'll show you. I got me horn right here.
Oh, fine.
See, in this guy's solo, the orchestra goes la da 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 dee da da.
Yes?
Then the third cornet plays.
This goes on all night?
By the hour. The orchestra goes la da 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 dee da da, and I play.
Well, it must be monotonous.
For the third cornet, brother, it's mine. Yeah, that's what caused me trouble.
What?
Well, for about an hour, it's the same thing. La da 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 dee da da.
And what happened at the end of the hour?
Well, I must have dozed off. I dream I'm back playing with solid sand.
Yeah?
Me cue came. La da 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 dee da da.
And what did you play? And what happened?
Well, the tenor fainted. 2 dowagers started a conga in the aisles. It was pandemonium.
Are you still playing?
Yeah, I'm playing tonight.
You're playing third cornet at Carnegie Hall?
No, I'm playing pinochle in the Union Club room.
Well, Urban Lick. And now, in his first song of 1941, Kenny Baker has consulted his Gilbert and Sullivan library, and from the Mikado, Kenny sings A Wandering Minstrel I.
Patches of ballad songs and snatches and dreamy lullabies. My catalog is long through every passion ranging, and to your humors changing, I tune my supple song. I tune my song. Of lovers' tears, while sympathetic tears my cheeks bedew. Oh, sorrow, sorrow. But a patriotic sentiment is wanted. My patriotic ballads cut and dry. For wherever a country's banner may be planted, all of the local banners are defined. Our warriors in serried ranks assemble. Never quail, they conceal it if they do. And I shouldn't be surprised if nations tremble before the mighty troops the troops of P.T. And if you call for a song of the sea, we'll heave the captain wrong. With the yo-heave-ho, for the wind is free. Her right, the tip and the helm's a leak. Her off the homeward bound. To lay aloft in a howling breeze may tickle a landsman's taste, but the happiest star a sailor sees is when he's down at an inland town with his Nancy on his knees. Yo-ho! his arm around her waist. Patches of ballad songs and snatches and dreamy lullaby and dreamy lullaby.
I just saw something here. A low-light award, ladies and gentlemen, we overlooked during the Texaco News, and it goes to the worst poet of 1940, Elizabeth Barrett Sagging. What sort of verse do you create, Miss Sagging? I'm sorry.
Automobile epics, mostly. I'm known as the puncture-proof poetess. The work I'm reading tonight is called A Fool There Was.
Well, that sounds like Kipling.
Purely coincidence. I've never kippled.
Well, neither have I. We have something in common. Well, might we hear your poem?
Oh, indeed. A fool there was, and he had a car, even as yours and mine. He loved its ignition, its shatterproof glass. But what was this car that he thought had such class? Just gears and a seat and a gallon of gas, even as yours and mine.
Well, thank you very much.
Just gears and a seat and a gallon of gas, even as yours and mine.
Just a minute, madam. We get the idea. To seep through, you'll be happy to know. A car is just gears and a seat and a gallon of gas.
Yes, Fred, we get the idea, but it's a mistaken idea. There's more to a car than that.
Can you prove that assertion, Larry?
Yes, indeed, Fred. Because there is more to a car than meets the eye. More to it than its streamlined body, its big, powerful-looking motor. In fact, it's often the little things you can't see that make a difference. Like the way a car responds, the feel of it on the highways, on the hills, and in traffic. And there's where the flexible power of Sky Chief, Texaco's different premium gasoline, can give your driving a lift, add a new thrill. You'll find it a luxury to step into your car and enjoy Sky Chief power sweeping you over the hills or getting you through traffic. But when you check the mileage, you'll agree Sky Chief is one driving luxury you can afford. Try Sky Chief at your Texaco dealer at the usual premium price.
Thank you. you're going to snap at somebody, Maestro. Maestro Goodman and his 18 characters in search of a downbeat have just played Frenesy. It's not the first time on the air, is it, Mr. Goodman? Oh, thank you. I just wanted to check up Frenesy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, again with the door. Always the door on these. That's radio today. It's either a quiz or it's somebody knocking on a door. He's persistent, isn't he? I have a good mind not to let him in just to see. Come in.
Excuse me, how can I get out of here?
Well, you can get out through that door you just came in.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
It's that new 6th Avenue subway. People are cupping up in buildings all over town. They don't know how to get in or out of it. I heard about a man at the Radio City Music Hall. He went down to the smoking room, stepped through a door. The next thing he knew, it was Queens Plaza. And one of those trees on 6th Avenue started dying during the past week. The mayor put his sandhog hat on and went down through the grating to see what the trouble was, and he found that the tree's roots were gone. The roots had gotten on a 6th Avenue local and were growing downtown. Hello, Portland. I didn't...
Hello.
Well... Say, you look nice and chipper to start 1941.
Yes, I guess nearly everybody is under the weather after celebrating last week.
Last week?
Oh, I mean last night.
Yes. Time goes quickly enough here while we're here on Earth without you kicking it away in the script there. Do you want to try it over?
Uh-huh. Well, I guess nearly everybody is under the weather after celebrating last night.
Yes. After celebrating last night. Yes, there are so many people at home with big heads around the country today. You know they changed the whole radio routine.
How do you mean?
Well, instead of Boulevard going on the air every half hour today, Alka-Seltzer has been broadcasting every 15 minutes. What is your rehearsed ride?
Oh, I'm taking Mama down to the doctor again.
The doctor? What's the matter with your mother?
It's her bookends.
Huh? Her bookends? What sort of a malady is that?
Well, the bookends started all of Mama's troubles.
What bookends?
The ones that you gave her for Christmas. We've been going to the doctors ever since.
Well, I don't get it. I'm sorry.
Well, when you gave Mama the bookends, she didn't have anything to put between them. So she had to buy a book.
So?
So, as long as Mama had the book, she thought she'd read it.
So?
So she found out her eyes were bad, and Mama had to get glasses.
So?
So Mama put on her glasses and tried to read the book, but her tongue was dry.
Well, what has a dry tongue got to do with reading?
Mama couldn't wet her thumb to turn over the pages.
So?
Mama had to go to another doctor.
And?
He put her on a liquid diet. Today, Mama'll know.
Know what?
If her tongue is moist enough to wet her thumb to turn over the pages in her book.
Well, all right, and goodbye.
Goodbye? I haven't introduced our guest.
Well, I'm going to take care of that tonight, and you are excused. This evening, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome... Major Bowes, Amateur of the Month. He's a young man who scored a sensational hit on the Major's program recently, and tonight he makes his professional debut as our guest. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Anthony Polamini. Good evening, Anthony.
Good evening, Major.
No, that... Not Major. That was 2 weeks ago, Anthony. Now, don't tell me I'm starting to resemble the Major.
No, Fred. I'm a little nervous, I guess.
Well, you have nothing to be nervous about, Anthony. I heard you sing on Major Bowes' show, and you were swell. And the Major and I have high hopes for your future.
I hope you and the Major are right, Fred.
Well, I'm sure when our audience hears you tonight, the opinions will be unanimous. Say, tell me, Anthony, what is your voice?
I'm a lyric baritone.
And how long have you been working on your singing?
I've been studying almost 6 years.
Major Bowes said your recent appearance on his show was your second.
That's right.
The Major liked you so well, he brought you back?
No, it wasn't just like that, Fred. Just a bit different. It was just the opposite.
Well, how do you mean, Anthony?
Well, the first time I went on the Major's program 4 years ago, I wasn't so good.
Oh, a little bird told you?
No, the Major told me.
Oh, there's a little difference, isn't there? Well, what did he say?
The Major said I needed a lot more study.
And you returned to your scales?
I studied 4 years, and then I went back to the Major just to show him.
Well, you certainly did show him. Now, how old are you, Anthony?
I'm 22.
And your ambition, like most young singers, is to sing at the Metropolitan, right?
Yes, Fred, except that I would like to specialize in comic roles like Don Pasquale and Figaro.
Well, are you going to sing an aria from one of these operas?
Yes, Fred. I'd like to repeat the one I did for Major Bowes from The Barber of Seville.
The Major liked that one, didn't he?
Oh, yes. The second time, Major Bowes said a lot of nice things.
Well, Major Bowes is a wonderful man, Anthony. Did you know that Major Bowes is not his real name? Did you ever hear how the Major happened to acquire his nom de plume?
No.
Well, I'll tell you. Major Bowes' real name is Colonel Phineas T. Higginbottom. About 10 years ago, the Major, or Colonel Phineas, rather, was traveling through the West selling a termite destroyer for totem poles. Well, sir, he stopped off overnight in a small Indian village. And as the colonel was resting on the porch of his trailer in the cool of the evening, 2 stunted Indians came up to him and offered to make some genuine Indian souvenirs for the colonel at a slight fee. Well, Colonel Phineas agreed, and next morning, while he was having breakfast, 2 sets of beautifully decorated bows and arrows were delivered to him at the camp. Colonel Phineas went out on the porch of his trailer to pay off the 2 Indians who were waiting there for their wampum. He asked the red men what work each had done. The first Indian said, "Whittle your arrows." The second Indian said, "Major Bowes." Well, sir... A unit happened to be passing through there and heard that Indian say Major Bowes to the colonel, and they thought that was his name. Well, word was bruited about, and to this day, Colonel Phineas T. Higginbottom is known as Major Bowes. Well, what do you think of that, Anthony?
Should I sing now, Fred?
Yes, Anthony, I think you better.
Bravo, Figaro, bravo, bravissimo, bravo. La 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 la. Resta bottega che l'albeggia, bravo. La 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 la. Fortunatissima per verità. Fortunatissima per verità. La 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 la. Pronto per tutta la notte e il giorno, sempre d'intorno in giro sta. Signor Cuccaglia, per un barbiere, dica di nobile non ci dà. La 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 la. I pettini, lanci dei forbici, al mio comando tutto qui sta. E lanci dei forbici, rassoi e pettini, al mio comando tutto qui sta. Bella risorsa poi del mestiere con la donnetta col cavaliere con la donnetta la 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 col cavaliere la 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 Figaro, 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 Figaro. Hey, Figaro!
Oimè, che furia, oimè, che folla, una alla volta, per carità, per carità, per carità, una alla volta, una alla volta, una alla volta, per carità. Figaro, sono qua? Ehi, Figaro! Sono qua, Figaro qua, Figaro là, Figaro qua, Figaro là, Figaro su, Figaro giù, Figaro su, Figaro giù. Bellissima, come il bambino, sono il fagotum della città, della città, della città, della città, della città. Ah, bravo Figaro, bravo bravissimo, ah, bravo Figaro, bravo bravissimo, ah, te perdona, non mancherà. Ah, bravo Figaro, bravo bravissimo, ah, bravo Figaro, bravo bravissimo, ah, te perdona, non mancherà. Sono il fagotum della città, sono il fagotum della città, della città, della città,
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you are invited to join the Allen Anti-Worry League. No more furrowed brows, no more gnawed fingernails, no more...
Wait just a minute, Fred. Just what is this Allen Anti-Worry League?
Just what it says, Jimmy. It's my organization to suppress worry.
Well, but it's natural to worry, Fred.
Oh, but it's so useless, Jimmy. After all, worry doesn't pay. It wrinkles your forehead, it ruins your digestion, it shortens your life. So the motto of my league is, why worry?
You know, I think you've got something, Fred. Worry is futile. I'll join the Allen Anti-Worry League.
Well, fine, Jimmy. Now see if you can drum up some more members for me.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, and prospective members of the Allen Anti-Worry League, there are a lot of things in this old world you could worry about. But why worry? For instance, here are 2 of the 40 things about your car you could worry about. The water pump and the shackle bolt. Are they getting enough lubrication? Is the proper lubricant being used? But why worry when Texaco dealers promise you peace of mind if you just drive in for a Marfac job every 1,000 miles? Marfac, spelled M-A-R-F-A-K, is Texaco's 40-point chassis lubrication service. And remember, Marfac is no ordinary grease, but a lubricant specially made to stick to its job. Yes, when you stop for a Marfac job, Texaco dealers work by chart and not by chance. They check more than 40 different points and see to it that every vital friction spot in the chassis is protected with that super tough chassis lubricant, Texaco Marfac. So why worry? Enjoy smooth driving. Next time, try a Texaco dealer. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
Was a small order of sugar pie cut by the only conductor in radio who gets laughs while he's conducting. Sure. A small order of sugar pie cut by Al Goodman and his Pastry Philharmonic. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn to Kenny. Kenny, wake up. Kenny, wake up. What? Well, wake up. Now, you can't doze off in the middle of the program like this.
Oh, I'm sorry, F.A. I'm all in. I must have dropped off.
What is it about this program that induces slumber?
Oh, it isn't the program, F.A.
Well, then what is suddenly making you nap happy, Kenny?
I was at New Year's party last night. Boy, what a party.
You had yourself a time, eh?
Brother, the joint was jumping.
Well, how long did the party last?
About midnight, we ran out of Coca-Cola, so we broke it up.
Kenny, you weren't out until midnight.
Yep, I must have had 40 cherry Cokes.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, you Liggett lush.
But it's only one day in the whole year, F.A.
And Wednesday is only one day in the whole week, Kenny Baker, but it happens to be the day that you have to work. Now, you cannot come reeling around here after a measly 11 hours sleep with that sassafras on your breath.
Well, gee, I couldn't break up the party. What a mob of playboys.
High flyers, huh?
Scooters were lined up for 2 blocks.
Everybody dressed, of course.
You bet, and boy, was I hot. Top hat, white tile, and fur jackknife.
Where did you wear the tile? Down your back, or did you carry it in your hand? Well, it sounds to me as though this affair was an orgy.
It sure was. Along about 10 o'clock, a guy from Albany whipped out a Q-Bab.
A Q-Bab?
Yeah.
He didn't light it.
He sure did. Then he passed it around, and everybody took a puff.
Kenny Baker, you didn't take a puff of that Q-Bab.
No, I was outside watching for cops.
A fine thing. Q-Babs, cherry Cokes, cops.
I kissed a girl, too.
Kenny!
Does that mean we're engaged?
Well, no, not in this day and age, Kenny. Times have changed. When I was young and kissed a girl, do you know what it meant?
Yeah, somebody was holding her.
Now, just a minute. Now, look, I haven't always looked like this, you know. As a boy, these bags under my eyes here used to blend into the cheeks like that, you see.
They didn't hang down like they do today?
Oh, no, none of that. Why, I had long, wavy eyelashes and big, bushy eyebrows. Why, looking into my eyes was like peeking into a full-of-brush man's sample case. But don't change the subject now, Kenny. I'm finding out about this debauchery of yours. Portland.
Yes, Mr. Allen?
Didn't you promise me that you would keep an eye on Kenny?
Yes, I tried to keep him from going to that party last night, but Kenny has a mind of his own.
What did he do, rent it for the evening? Why, this roistering has got to stop. Now, I have to find a way to make Kenny turn over a new leaf.
This is New Year's, Mr. Allen. Kenny should make a resolution.
Hello? Just a minute, Mr. Goodman. Who told you to butt in here?
Goodman's finger is moving down the page to where it says, Enter Goodman. I, Goodman, enter. Hello, he says.
What a reading. The Milton Cross of the Minsk-Odessa Network.
Mr. Goodman, we're all starting the new year off right. Will you join us in a resolution?
Nothing doing. And this I am saying in all sincerity.
What have you got against resolutions?
You think my family left the old country because there they had daisy chains?
The word is resolution, not revolution.
Resolution, revolution, as long as you keep running.
Mr. Goodman.
Whom I happen to be.
We know who you are. One more word out of you, Mr. Goodman, and it will be from an ex-employee.
One more word from a certain party, and I, Goodman, become automatically a picket.
Well, I give up. Oh, yes, our New Year's resolution.
Oh, it's pretty hard to keep a resolution.
I've got a resolution I bet I can keep.
What is it, Kenny?
I resolve never to break the traffic laws on the island of Yap.
Where is the island of Yap?
It's in the South Seas. I saw it in a travelogue.
The island of Yap? Well, what sort of a test of willpower is that if you're never going there?
With my agent, do I know where I'm going to sing next?
When visiting the island of Yap in the South Sea, to my brother-in-law, say hello.
What? 2 lines and he's got laryngitis. A man has 2 lines. His throat is gone. Your brother-in-law... What is your brother-in-law doing on a South Sea island?
Say, when they deport you, it ain't a far rock away.
Oh, that brother-in-law. Well, how is he getting along in the tropics?
Already he's got a Broadway connection.
Doing what?
He's auditioning coconuts for Sloppy Joe's.
We're not getting any place with Kenny's resolution.
Kenny's getting too pessimistic, Mr. Allen. He should make a resolution to be more happy.
It's too late now, Porty. I'm a bitter boy.
And why are you a bitter boy, Kenny Baker? Why did you get into all of that trouble with Dennis Day, overpaying that sightseeing bill and the other running around stuff? What is it that causes all of your worries and is making you unhappy today?
I give up.
It's money.
Is it?
Kenny, how many times have you told me that the happiest days of your life you spent as an errand boy working for the A&P?
Yes. Those were the days. Pushing my little cart along, weaving in and out of traffic, singing merrily.
You see? Now today you clink when you walk. You have money. Money has robbed you of that happiness, Kenny Baker.
You think so, F.A.?
Well, I know so. And if you want to be happy during 1941, there is only one resolution you should make.
What, F.A.?
Now, you resolve not to take any increase in salary this year.
But that's not up to me, F.A. Suppose you insist on giving me a raise.
I'll cooperate. Now, I won't offer.
Oh, I don't want to put you to any trouble.
No sacrifice is too great, Kenny. After all, your happiness is at stake.
Oh, but I'm thinking of your happiness, F.A.
2 schmoozers. Who are they kidding?
Now, quiet. Mr. Goodman. Look, Kenny, to ensure your happiness in 1941, here is my first New Year's resolution. I resolve not to give you a raise.
And I, Kenneth Baker, resolve that during 1941, I will not take a raise. It says in the script.
A shrewd move, Kenny. But now you can recapture that pixie outlook, a measure of that supreme contentment that was yours as an errand boy for the A&P. And now for your song. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker...
Well, Mr. Allen.
Yes, Kenny?
I don't want to be a pig, but I would like to go even further with that resolution.
Further?
Yes. If I'm going to be as happy as I used to be, I wish you'd take $2 off my present salary.
$2 off your present salary will make you happy as of yore. Why?
Because then I'll be getting exactly what I got when I was an errand boy for the A&P. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker, the old A&P gypsy, sings, I'll Take You Home Again, Kathleen.
Where your heart will feel no pain, and when the fields are fresh and green, I'll take you to your home again. Across the ocean wild and wide, to where your heart has ever been, since first you were my bonny bride. The roses all have left your cheek, I've watched them fade away and die. sad whenever you speak, and tears bedim your loving eyes. Oh, I will take you back, Kathleen, to where your heart will feel no pain. And when the fields are fresh and green, I'll take you to your home again.
Thank you, Kenny. That was swell as usual. That was very, very nice.
Mr. Allen, may I use your microphone at once?
Well, I don't...
It's an emergency. I just ran all the way from the Bank Tellers Protective Association. I must warn the public at once.
Well, if it's as important as all that...
Ladies and gentlemen, the Bank Tellers Protective Association brings you an important warning. The next time you write the date on a check, please remember this. This is now 1941. Do not date your checks 1940. Thank you.
Is that all you wanted to say? Why, that seems like a trifle for a big piece of beef like you to be getting out of breath about.
A trifle? Mr. Allen, tomorrow, unless they're warned, thousands of people will absent-mindedly date their checks 1940. There will be a deluge of dud checks in every bank.
Well, say, as an expert on duds and banks, you'll be interested in meeting an expert on duds and tanks. Let me present James Wallington, M.D., Master of Duds. There are duds and tanks, aren't there, Jimmy?
Yes, and in carburetors, too. For despite all the gasoline in your tank, when you step on the starter these cold mornings, you're dependent on just a few chilled ounces of gasoline in your carburetor. And that's where duds, those sluggish, slow-action elements in gasoline, can really hold up your starting, weaken your battery. Duds simply won't vaporize instantly, won't take the spark fast. That's why the duds are removed by a special Texaco refining process. They're out, all out of Texaco Fire Chief. Yes, Fire Chief is all action. Takes hold quickly, fires evenly. Your engine picks up, warms up fast to full power. Next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief at regular gasoline prices. Remember, there's not a dud in a tank full.
And now, the Texaco Workshop Players start their 1941 season with a burlesque of one of radio's most popular programs, the Quiz Kids. Music, maestro.
As their theme song fades, we bring to a close another 5 minutes of dance music played by Anatole Feinschreiber and his Aristocrats of Corn. Anatole Feinschreiber and his Aristocrats may be heard again over the same station, but we doubt it. Good night.
This is station KRUM. We regret to announce that the correct time, which was to be heard at this time, will not be heard at this time. Instead, the correct time, which was to be heard at 10 o'clock, will be heard at this time. Stand by for this substitute correct time announcement.
When you hear this correct time signal at 10 o'clock, the correct time at that time will be exactly 10 o'clock. Thank you.
And now, station KRUM presents the Quiz Nipper.
And here he is, that genial sophisticate, the custodian of our super-intelligent group of child prodigies, Kerry Jelly.
Well, good evening, friends. Sitting in front of me here in their little high chairs, here in the studio, are the original Quiz Nippers. 4 outstanding children who have been selected at random from the city's kindergartens. Now, before we start, I know you want to meet our Junior Brain Trust. And first, from the Effie Eggleston Day Nursery, the tiny John Kieran, 5-year-old Elmer Prentice. Say hello, Elmer.
Hello.
Elmer, is that the way we greet our radio friends?
Oh, yeah. Well, how do you do, members of my unseen audience?
I trust we meet on a mutual mental plane.
That's much better. That was little Elmer Prentice, folks. Now here's our second quiz nipper, the sage of the Lydia Pinkham Jr. Grammar School. Lilliputian Millicent Goon.
The fall of Babylon occurred in 23 B.C.
Not now,
Witchcraft had its heyday in the Middle Ages.
Well, thank you,
The
dear,
law of gravity was discovered by Sir Isaac Newton.
Well,
Something fell on his head.
And something is going to fall on your head, honey, if you don't shut that tiny little trap.
Oh, shoot.
And, Millicent. And here is our Pee-wee music critic, Deems Taylor on the half shell. He's little Marvin Clef.
Good evening, symphony lovers.
Well, you seem to have a head cold, Marvin.
Yes, it was caused by the draft from Tuscan in his baton.
Really?
Yes, at his next concert, I must wear my windbreaker.
Yes, you bundle up at Toscan in his next concert, Marvin. And now that brilliant little star of our program, little Rollo. Say, Rollo's high chair is empty. Where is Rollo?
Gee, I don't know.
Isn't this the night Rollo lectures at Columbia?
No, that's Tuesday.
I saw him at lunch with Einstein.
Oh, maybe Rollo's on information, please, tonight.
No, Millicent, that's Friday night.
Oh.
Gad, this is terrible.
Oh, she's it, Mr. Jelly. Here comes Mr. Crowley, our sponsor.
Now, see here, Jelly. Where is that other quiz nipper?
Rollo is missing, Mr. Croveney.
Missing? You know very well Rollo Keene is the star of this diaper forum.
Yes?
You just talked me into signing that kid for the entire season.
Well, we can give a show without him.
The quiz nippers without Rollo is like the Rochester program without Phil Harris.
You're on the air, Mr. Croveney.
Well, you better stop what's left of the program. I'll go out and look for Rollo.
Yes, sir.
And if I don't find him, Jelly, tomorrow you'll be back calling all men to Barney's. Goodbye.
Well, that's an unrehearsed program for you, folks. Anything can happen. Well, I guess we'd better get going with our quiz. Are we ready, nippers?
Yes, Mr. Jelly.
All right. Until Rollo gets here, we'd better try some easy questions. And our first question, kiddies, comes from Merton of Woebegone, Oregon. And the question is, can you complete the following quotation? A stitch in time saves what?
An appendix patient?
No, Marvin.
Has it any geometrical significance, Mr. Jelly?
No, Elmer. Well, this question is really too childish for your super minds, kiddies. I think I really should give you a hint. Now, the answer is a number.
Is the number 7?
No, a stitch in time doesn't save 7, Millicent.
You said it was a number.
Yes, but the number we want is not 7.
It is near 7?
Yes, the number is between 7 and 10. It is not 8.
It is 9?
9 is correct, Marvin. You little wonder kiddie. Amazing little shavers, aren't they, folks? Now, attention. Looks like somebody opened Ripley's back door. Now, attention, kiddies. This next sticker comes from Mrs. Higgimus Hoggimus of Gopher Hole, Montana. Mrs. Hoggimus wants you to name 4 pairs of famous lovers mentioned in history. Millicent?
Romeo and Juliet.
That's 1. Marvin?
Antony and Cleopatra.
2. Elmer?
You and the sponsor's wife.
Quiet.
I saw you behind the water cooler. You weren't hugging a Dixie cup.
Witty little runt, isn't it? Well, we lose our first question, kiddies, and that sends $2 to Mrs. Higgimus Hoggimus.
Oh, golly.
Yes, we're not doing so well, kiddies. If Mr. Jelly pays out much more money tonight, he's not going to have enough money left to buy our ice cream sodas later.
Oh, gee, I bet if Rollo was here, we wouldn't be missing these questions.
Now, don't mention Rollo's name to me. I wonder where that little rat is.
Oh, look, Mr. Jelly, here's Mr. Croveney.
And Rollo's with him.
Hello, Rollo.
Mr. Croveney, thank heavens you found Rollo.
Yes, I found him, Jelly. But a fat lot of good he is to us now.
You mean something's wrong with the world's smartest sprat?
You'll see what's wrong in a minute. Come over here, Rollo. Say something.
Hello, Mr. Jelly. I'm sorry.
I'm late.
Hey, what was that? A mixed duet?
Mixed duet, my foot. Rollo's voice is changing.
Yeah, I start talking soprano and I wind up...
Talking bass. It's mortifying.
This is an adolescent crisis, Mr. Crowley.
You should have foreseen this, Jelly. But no, Rollo was our biggest attraction. I had to sign him for the entire season. What good is this rat's contract now?
Oh, yeah? Try and bust my contract. You'll see how good it is.
I'll get Leibowitz. That's what I'll do.
Yeah. The kid's a cad. He's got us with his voice now.
Jelly, if you don't get this kid's voice back up in his nose until his contract runs out, I'm firing you and the whole show as of now.
Say, I've got an idea, Mr. Crowley. The power of suggestion.
The power of...
suggestion?
Yes, Rollo. For my sake, for your sake, for the sake of the whole program, concentrate.
Concentrate?
Yes.
On what?
Well, on childish things. If you think young, you'll talk young, Rollo.
Yeah.
Now, think of a yo-yo.
A yo-yo. Yes, sir, a yo-yo.
Think of a top.
Top. Yes, sir, a top.
Oh, wonderful.
You think this yogi stuff will do the trick, Jelly?
It's got to, Mr. Crowley. Oh, I've got a movie magazine here.
Yeah?
I want you to look at these movie kids' pictures, Rollo.
Yes, Mr. Jelly.
Now, look, here's Baby Sandy.
Oh, boy, Baby Sandy.
Here's little Shirley Temple.
Oh, Shirley Temple.
And here's little Mickey Rooney.
Oh, boy, Mickey Rooney.
Congratulations, Jelly. Rollo's voice is up again. You saved the show.
Yes, Mr. Crowley. Just one more movie star's picture, Rollo, and you're cured.
Yeah, Mr. Jelly. Turn a page.
All right, Rollo.
Yeah, was it?
Oh.
Gad, his voice. What picture is he looking at?
Hedy Lamarr.
Hedy Lamarr.
For heaven's sakes, Rollo, stop looking at that picture.
It's too late, Mr. Jelly. Today I am a man.
And now, Larry Elliott's first thought for 1941.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas Company. When you change the license plates on your car this year, put on your new ones for 1941, here's something worth thinking about. If you're an average motorist, your mileage for the coming year will total about 8,500 miles. But note this fact. The average motorist today, compared to the average motorist in 1920, travels 4,250 miles each year for nothing, as far as the cost of gasoline is concerned. Because the price of gasoline, minus taxes, has come down 50% since 1920. Yes, gasoline is cheap. But that's not all. For the petroleum industry has seen to it that you also get better products as well as more for your money.
Well, thank you, Larry. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night. Thank you.
This is Columbia Broadcasting System.